Welcome to another Vixavon romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixavon offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixavon Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Lucas, I love La Maison de la Rose des Montagnes. The beautiful old bed and breakfast has been one of my favorite places ever since I was a kid, growing up here in Pine Ridge. I stride in, smiling at the plush interior, and pause at the reception desk. Just below the desk line, I can see the top of someone's head. Mike. I smile as the head jerks forward with a thump. Dang. Mike stands and rubs his forehead. Geez, man, you okay? Lucas, you still have a voice like a thunderclap. I could hear your play calls over the band, the cheerleaders, and Tom Hester in the stands with the megaphone. Mike, the sometimes bellhop, sometimes prep chef of La Maison and the adjoining restaurant, was my best receiver when I was the quarterback for the Pine Ridge Trailblazers. What are you doing down there anyway? I lean over the counter, looking at all the connections and cables for the front desk's computer system pulled out. Yikes! Adding IT to your list of job titles? Mike sighs and rolls his eyes heavenward. While you're at it, I say, can you add Boss Finder to the list? I'm looking for Madame Dubois. Who's asking? A cheerful voice comes from behind me, and I turn to see Madame Dubois, resplendent in a long caftan and coming down the stairs. You're in for it now, Mike says before returning to his project. Madame Dubois, how is it possible you look younger? She opens her arms wide and beams at me. Come give me a hug, stranger. I pick her up in a bear hug and twirl her off the stairs. She looks up at me and touches her hair. Remind me to get swept up in the strong arms of a fit young man more often. Now let me look at you. She takes a step back, nodding her approval. You've grown into a handsome, sophisticated man, Lucas. I grin cockily. Oh, go on, Madame Dubois. Growing up, she'd been a mysterious, cool older woman, and her epic property had been the go-to for every big occasion meal. Birthdays, graduations. I'd even taken my first serious girlfriend, Zara Rhodes, here on our first date. The memory of a young Zara smiling at me over our table in the restaurant still ranks as one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I briefly find myself lost recalling her warm smile, dark skin, and curly black hair. A thump and a muffled curse from the reception desk bring me back to the present. Madame Dubois raises her eyebrows and threads her arm through mine. Let's leave him alone, shall we? She guides me toward the bar. I hear you've been under my roof for 2 days now and haven't had a drink with me. I shake my head at her. You know I've been trying. You're just too in demand. It's true. Being the boss is No, I cannot lie. It's the best. I laugh and let her lead me to the bar, where she goes behind the counter and gestures at the bottles behind her. What'll you have? On me. Whatever you're drinking, if you'll join me. She gets out 2 glasses and pours us each a finger of Johnny Walker Blue. She's as badass as I remember, I think happily. Here's to that project I hear you got going, she says. May it make you a local again. I smile and clink glasses. Here's to you. We both take sips and smile at each other. Now what in the world possessed you to buy those 2 creaky Victorians down in town? They're gonna take almost as much work as this place. I meant to compliment you on the successful remodel, I say. This place looks great. Thank you. Avoiding the question. Not at all. I mean, property development is kind of what I do. Uh-huh. And you know, I've always thought of Pine Ridge as home. I told myself I was keeping an eye on property here for professional purposes, but when the listings came up, it was as if there were no decisions to be made. I had to have them. I had to at least get my foot in the door of the place I grew up. I still don't know if they're going to be the highlight of my real estate career, but who cares? I've made myself rich enough over the years to throw a few bucks away on a pet project, I figure. So you'll be moving back? I'm not ready for commitment just yet. We'll see about that, she says, looking over my head at something happening in the dining room. Excuse me, dear. Looks like I need to fill some water glasses. I pull out my phone and open my pictures of the Victorian houses that are now mine. Seeing them in person these last few days was a little sobering. They were in worse condition than I'd thought. If I'm being honest with myself, however, I'm not as into my usual fast turnover style for these. I know the sensible thing is to just put money into the parts of the house that are going to drive up the resale value and then sell it off to someone else at a profit. I just don't know if I'm going to be sensible. I loved the buildings as a kid, and today, walking around their half-gutted interiors, I found I wanted to give them the love they deserve. I want to make them beautiful again. When we were kids, the elderly owners would decorate them for Halloween and allow the local community center to do a fun drive by setting up a haunted house on the grounds. Zara and I had gone every year of high school, me being brave and standing tall as she screamed and clung to me. One year, our friend Tom's dad had jumped out at me from a place I didn't anticipate, and I'd responded by giving him a black eye while throwing myself over Zara. I felt terrible about it, but Mr. Hester had laughed, eventually, and Zara thought it was romantic. I got a lot of love that night, so in my teenage mind, it worked out okay. I sipped my drink, smiling at the memories despite myself, and put down my phone. I let my eyes wander up to the large mirror over the bar, looking toward the various tables in the restaurant where Zara and I once sat, holding hands over the dishes. Instead of happy memories, however, I notice a pair of angry eyes fixed on me. I look over. There's a familiar black man seated 2 places down. Though I recognize him right away, I also notice he is glaring, his lip curled in obvious dislike. "Andre," I say in surprise. I turn to look at him fully. He is still good-looking and meticulously dressed. "What are you doing here?" "I could ask the same question," he says. I shrug. "Business. I'm staying here because it's always been my favorite place in Pine Ridge. Your turn." "Family reunion," he grunts. He leans forward toward me, his voice lowering. "You stay away from Zara, understand?" "Zara's here. I can't help it." I smile a huge, goofy smile of delight. I don't believe in fate, but if I did, I might say the fact that she's been on my mind was a sign she was going to be brought back into my life. A preparation of sorts. I'm so caught up that I don't notice Andre is getting angry. "I'm serious," he says. "She's taken, and you're the last thing she needs." "She's married." I feel my inner balloon start to deflate. "Well, no." "Dating someone, then?" He hesitates. The balloon expands again, and I scoff at him. "Whatever, man," I say, turning back to the bar. "I appreciate you being a good big brother. Let me buy you a drink." "I'm leaving." He gets up and pauses behind me, leaving a confused bartender staring after him. "I'm serious, right? Stay away." "Okay, tough guy," I say, swallowing the rising anger. I don't take threats well. Never have. It was nice to see you again, too. I pick up my phone and begin to scroll through the house pictures again. I hear him huff and stalk away toward the staircase in the rooms. I exhale, letting the angry energy drain from my body. Then, when I'm sure he's gone, I look up in the mirror and notice Madame Dubois watching me from across the cafe. I smile and lift my glass. She beams back. I can feel her approval from across the restaurant. She, along with anyone who knew me as a kid, knows a moment where I managed to keep my cool and be the bigger guy is a big deal for me. Andre has always been protective of his little sister, and I admire him for that. But no amount of warning me off can stop me from being excited. Zara is here, in this hotel. True, it's a big enough place. And if the rest of Zara's family feels like Andre, they'll do their best to keep us apart. Fortunately, I have Madame Dubois on my side.
Chapter 2. Zara. I flop down on the soft bed. It's been a long day of travel, and I'm finally here, back in one of my favorite spots of all time. La Maison de la Rose des Montagnes. I was happy about the reunion Mom and Andre planned for us. It had been a year since I'd gone to see him and his military wife in Poland. I was even happier, however, when Mom announced she'd booked rooms here. It's fitting, I think. Growing up in Pine Ridge, it had been the place where all our special events happened. I'd even had my first real date in the restaurant, with a boy I still think of with love, Lucas Wright. The thought of him makes me smile. Lucas, the quarterback of our football team, was always in the middle of everything, whether it be his social circle, class projects, or a team huddle. We were a mismatch made in heaven, me with my books, and him with his sports. But it was puppy love. I sigh fondly at my memories and roll over, snuggling with one of the throw pillows. As I settle in for a nap before dinner, I can hear the murmur of voices through the wall and recognize my mother greeting Andre. They have the enormous suite next to me with 2 separate bedrooms and a private office in which Andre immediately set up his computer and closed the door as if to claim it as his own. It was an odd move, but I'm okay with it, seeing how I assumed I'd share with Mom, us being 2 ladies and all. As it turns out, I have my own space. Hearing my family's voices next door fills me with a sense of well-being, and I begin to doze off. And Zara still hasn't given you a good reason? My eyes snap open, and I sit up. Their voices are closer and more discernible. They must be sitting at the coffee table close to the wall and the windows. I take a chance and go to my own window, lifting the wood frame as quietly as possible. I'm rewarded, if one can call hearing gossip about one's self rewarding. You're her mother. Surely she should confide in you. She just said they weren't a good match, and that's it. Part of me thinks it's her business, and I should... We're her family, and it's our business if she's throwing away a chance for a good life. Yes, I agree with you, Andre. She should trust us. But she doesn't. I'm in a war of conflicting emotions. My mother's comment about trust stings because she's right. I haven't felt I could trust them with the truth after I'd tried multiple times and was met with baffled disbelief. But I am also furious. Who do they think they are, messing with my life? I make a silent plea that this weekend won't be full of my mother prying, trying to figure out what happened, but then not believing the story she gets. The man they are talking about, my recent ex-boyfriend, Grant Wilson, was a two-faced monster. Outwardly, he was handsome, charming, even kind. When no one could see, though, he was possessive, angry, vicious, and manipulative in a way that had me blaming myself for my unhappiness. He shut down anything I wanted to do. He killed any social or career moves that would have taken me away from people and places he already controlled. By the end, he was spying on me and hacking my accounts, often berating me for not doing what he wanted. I have no doubt that if I stayed, it would have gotten physically abusive, and I consider myself lucky to be out from under his thumb. My family, however, can't believe I've left him. They are so fooled by him that they dismiss my stories as simple misinterpretations of the situation. When I try to explain, I've been talking to Grant, Andre says to my mother. He's all set to arrive. He's been heartbroken and wants to fix whatever the problem was. I have to stop myself from screaming. I'm about to go in and confront them when something in my brother's tone stops me. There's a problem, though. Oh? Guess who I saw at the bar downstairs? No idea, Andre. Luke is frickin' right. My mother and I gasp simultaneously for entirely different reasons. I feel like my heart can't take any more fluctuations of emotion, and I sit down on the floor below the window sash. He's staying here too. I'm not ashamed to say I threatened him, Andre says. I press my forehead to the floral wallpaper as memories of us as teenagers come flooding back, like the time he leaned over the table downstairs to kiss me. He got sauce on his shirt and a scolding from Madame Dubois about making out in public, which he followed with a quick wink at me over his shoulder. Wait, Andre threatened him. That couldn't have gone well. Lucas always had a hair-trigger temper. It was one of the reasons we broke up. My mother lets out a quick, frustrated sigh. We'll just have to keep them apart. We can't have him ruining her reunion with Grant. Zara's smart. She saw through Lucas before. She'll do it again. I shake my head. Reunion with Grant, I fume. Like hell. My anger is suddenly giving me energy even if 5 minutes ago I needed a nap. I feel the need to run and scream my frustration to the sky. I slip on my shoes, quietly slip out of my room, and then walk as fast as I can down the hall and down the stairs. I burst through the outside doors and inhale the cool mountain air. It's beautiful out, and the infusion of fresh air already makes me feel better. I'm near the front entrance, about to fly down the grand entry steps and maybe take a walk. That's when I see someone rise from one of the wood chairs they put on the front porch. Someone whose colorful clothing and queenly carriage I know instantly. Madame Dubois. Despite my state of mind, I'm delighted and fall into her arms at the top of the stairs like she's family. Zara, my dear, how gorgeous are you? You're not so bad yourself, Madame Dubois, but you've always had it. Sweet thing. She puts one arm around me, waves goodbye to the customer she was sitting with, and guides me back inside. Tell me everything. How's the writing? Great, wonderful. I begin to say, but something chokes me. I feel like a little kid who had a bad day, totally fine until they see their mother. Whoa, hold on, she says, pulling me aside toward the reception desk and peering into my face. Fine. Good. The writing is... I take a deep breath. What's going on, dear? She says more gently. It spills out that my family is plotting to force me into a reunion with a man who is, at best, a monster. How Andre said he'd seen Lucas in the bar and how it brought back memories of better times. I'm sure you had drama in your bar. I've somehow ended up in a cozy chair by the front window of the restaurant, with tea in my hand. I'm so sorry, Madame Dubois. She raised an eyebrow. I actually saw that go down. I was ready to spring into action, but you know what? I've never been so impressed. Turns out people can change. What do you mean? I saw your brother intentionally push Lucas's buttons, and Lucas took a deep breath, took out his phone, and started looking at pictures. He ignored Andre. Seriously? Seriously, I was impressed. I was ready to kick them out and build the rooms for broken glass. That doesn't sound like Lucas. Like I said, people change. She looks to the right and smiles. And wouldn't you know it? There he is. What? I bolt up in my seat and look in the direction she is smiling. Rising from a table at the other end of the restaurant is the most handsome, grown-up version of Lucas I could ever have imagined. My breath catches in my throat, and I can feel my face heating. I try to rearrange my features into a pleased smile, but I'm too surprised. I must look like an imbecile, I think desperately. Smile, you idiot. Hi there, dear. Madame Dubois stands and steps away from the small tea table. I'm sure you remember Zara. Lucas looks at me with an odd mixture of happiness and pain. Hi, Zara. Hi, Lucas. There's a brief silence while we stare at each other. I have to see how the dinner rollout is going. Lucas, why don't you take my chair and talk to Zara a little? She gives me a wink and walks away.
Chapter 3. Lucas. Zara is looking at me with an expression I can't read. It could be horror, but it could also be excitement, so I'm going with that. I lower myself into the chair across from her, smiling so big I can feel my ears shifting. She's as beautiful as ever, her dark skin glowing. Her kind eyes momentarily grow wide with surprise, but then a slow smile stretches over her expression. Yup, excitement. Logically, I reassure myself. At least, that's how I feel. So, how are you? She shakes her head. I can't believe it's you. I was just thinking about you. She waves a hand at the dining room. About us. I know, right? Do you remember the time I tried to surprise you with a necklace and a cupcake? And the waiter took it to that old woman who found it and got totally pissed. Like the waiter was trying to hit on her. That was hilarious. I think she ended up paying for our dinner though, right? I nod. Helpful, considering that loading lumber didn't pay much back in the day. There is a pause as we smile at each other. I still have that necklace, she says, looking down at her hands. Really? I don't want to see it. I'm afraid it's going to look way cheaper than I thought it did when I was a kid, feeling like I was Rockefeller spending a whole hundo on my girl. It's actually quite lovely and much better quality than you probably remember. You always were kind. Her mouth opens, then closes. She looks into my eyes, and it's like there's an explosion of feeling in my midsection. Always the gentleman. I sail in and begin a less personal conversation. So, you know the old Bellington house and the place next door? Yes, the old haunted houses. But they also did them up for Christmas too, right? Yep, that's why I'm here. The Bellingtons' grandchildren put them up for sale, believe it or not. How could they sell those beautiful old things? I shake my head. I know, but they let them go over the years. So to get them back to what they were, to even make them habitable, really, is going to take a ton of work. Are you going to buy them? I already have. They're mine. How cool. Right. It's going to be a major project for each one. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to manage it yet. Oh, you'll figure it out. You always were good at wrangling a crew into doing amazing things, she reassures. Thanks. We smile at each other again. She takes a sip of tea and relaxes slightly in the chair. Better, I think. She's more comfortable. So what are you doing here? I almost fell out of my chair when I saw your brother in the bar, I ask. Her face clouds. Yeah, I'm sorry about him. What, you almost fell because he pushed you? I shrug. He loves his little sister. I admire that about him. She scowls. Yeah, well, he and my mom have gotten a little too protective lately. Really, how's that? She frowns, shrugs, and looks out the window. I sense it's not the right time and change the topic slightly. Doesn't your mom live close? Why aren't you at her place? Zara tears her mind away from whatever is bothering her and looks at me like she is evaluating her response. It takes a beat before she answers. Andre's been overseas, and we haven't seen each other for a long time, so we planned a reunion. Mom thought it would be fun if we made it extra special and stayed here. That is special. How is Vivian? Wonderful, mostly. She just needs to stop worrying about her daughter's life, and she'll be even better. I scoff. Like that's ever gonna happen. Zara scowls and then laughs. You're right. I'm doomed. Her face becomes unusually serious again. Listen, I really mean what I said. I'm sorry for my brother's reaction. What did he say, exactly? He told me that you were not engaged, that you were not technically seeing anyone, but that I needed to stay away from you, and that he really means it. I get the impression that if Zara wasn't sitting down, she would stamp her foot. He's so infuriating. He just cares. You don't understand. Then tell me. She hesitates. It's not something I find easy to talk about, but it has to do with my ex. I feel the familiar twinge of anger in my stomach and try to keep it from reaching my face. Of course, she would have dated since high school. It's a miracle that she's not married with kids by now. It's not like I've been living the pure monastic life since then, either. College was, well, best left in the past. I refocus on Zara. If he's an ex, shouldn't that be the end of it? That's the problem. I think Andre's in love with him now. She shakes her head. They've got this relationship now, and both he and my mother won't let it go. She picks up her teacup and drains it in 2 long gulps. My eyebrows raise. Wasn't that hot? She looks at me confused, then down at her teacup. Her face suddenly clears. She begins to laugh. Oh my gosh, yes it was. It was totally hot. Ouch! We both laugh, but Zara laughs with the cathartic release of whatever this situation with her ex is doing to her, and tears gather at the corners of her eyes. Oof, she says, wiping them away with the back of her fingers. It's a gesture I've not seen anywhere else, and it brings back a wave of old feelings. Before I know it, I'm leaning forward toward her. I don't know what to say, and I'm looking at her intently. So as she leans forward to hear me, I murmur, "Can I get you some more tea?" This starts another round of laughter while she shakes her head, waves me away, and then rubs at her eyes. I enjoy watching her laugh like this. Her nose scrunches up, and her eyes practically shut while she rocks back and forth. It was always a challenge I had for myself when we were dating. She was always smiling, always laughing at things people said. But this letting go, the uncontrollable mirth, it only came out once in a while. Part of my mission in my young life was to make it happen at least once a week. Tick! I mentally check off the box for this week, but there's no rule that says I have to stop at 1. I bet I can do a 2 for. She sighs and leans back in the chair, gazing at me. It's all I can do not to lean forward again and grab her hand. Whoa, she says. I needed that. You're welcome. A single eyebrow raises. Still cocky, I see. She says it with affection and a shake of her head. I just tried to be as realistic as possible. Oh, really? I shrug and gesture with both hands at my chest. I'm a giver, Zara. She snorts in amusement and looks away at the room of diners, sobering. What are the odds of us ending up back here at the same time? I know. It sure has made my day more interesting, and it was already pretty interesting to begin with. What with all the electrical problems I uncovered at the Bellington place. So interesting, not in a good way. This part of the day sure has been good. Tell me more about what you're up to. Someone told me you're a writer. I am. She beams with pride, and I am equally pleased. She's wanted to do that for as long as I've known her. There is no one more suited for it. Intelligent, compassionate, and driven are the 3 words I would use to describe Zara after I had already exhausted every word for beautiful. Good for you, Zara. What have you written? I'm going to buy it right now. I pull out my phone. I actually searched for your name in the author filter when I found out, but I'm sure I did it wrong. You didn't find me because I have a pen name. Really? Cool. What is it? She is looking at the watch on her wrist, then at her phone. She frowns. That's my mom messaging me about dinner. I'd better get going. But things are just getting interesting, I object. I know. Have lunch with me tomorrow, and we can catch up. I'll tell you all about the fascinating world of wood rot and plumbing materials, and you can tell me all about the sexy, erotic novels you write. Who said I write those? I raise my hands. You better come to lunch and correct me, or I'll send some juicy titles to the high school alumni newsletter for their Did You Know section. She smiles and looks a little sad. My heart clenches. She's going to say no. I can't tomorrow, she says. We have plans. Okay, I say, trying to play off my disappointment. Just be ready for those titles to be added to your LinkedIn account. Don't worry, I'll make them good. She looks at me from under her eyelashes. Sorry, Lucas, she says. I just smile confidently. I'm willing to play the long game here if that's what she wants.
Chapter 4. Zara. I'd love to, really, but I have a lot going on right now. I just don't have the time to meet up, I tell Lucas, trying to be convincing. My editor really wants me to get my manuscript completed by the end of the month, so I just really need to focus on that right now. You don't have an hour for an old friend? He prods. I know he really wants to catch up, but I don't think I can trust myself around him. I loved him so much. How am I going to separate those feelings long enough to catch up? Then, across the room, I catch sight of a man who looks a lot like my ex, Grant. It only takes a few seconds to realize it isn't him, and he didn't follow me here. The resemblance is only a coincidence, and not even that close when I look closer. But I'm still left with a funny ball of stress in my stomach, and I feel like I can't breathe. I exhale loudly, forcing myself to focus on Lucas again. I actually need to go. I told my mom we'd have all our dinners here together. I need to meet up with her, I respond, almost tipping over my chair, getting up too quickly. Zara, you don't need to run, he says quietly. I'm not going to kidnap you against your will. I'd just love to catch up with you. It can be just as friends, two old friends sharing a quick lunch together. If it can't be tomorrow, then the day after. His insistence starts to rub a raw nerve. I don't like being pushed. It reminds me of being with Grant. That man tried to control every aspect of my life. But then, I remind myself that this is Lucas, not Grant. Lucas never tried to control me when we were together. He was a very supportive boyfriend, maybe a little immature and hot-headed, but we were only in high school. I look back up at him after I get the chair back in its place. He almost gets me with those eyes. I always loved how he looked at me, with his full, undivided attention like I was the only person in the room. Lucas always made me feel important, even when the rest of the world tried to make me feel small. I need to stay strong. I just don't think it's a good idea right now, Lucas. Honestly, I just got out of a tough relationship. I'm not ready to even be friends with another man after that, I tell him. He nods, and before he can say anything else, I quickly get up to walk away. I just can't handle Lucas right now. No matter how cute he is, maybe especially because of how cute he is. Then I quickly make my way back to our suites. It's actually quite the walk since it's a 12-bedroom home. Or I'd say mansion, I suppose. It gives me some time to think. The pressure from both Grant and Lucas has been stressing me out. I need to just stay away from men, period, and be on my own for a while. Though I know that's going to be difficult with Lucas staying here and Grant on his way. I reach my mom's suite and take the spare key out of my pocket. I love the keys they gave us here. They're large, old skeleton keys. I don't think I've ever stayed at a place that still uses keys instead of those cards. When I walk in, I hear that my mom is on the phone. Her back is to me, and I don't think she's realized I've walked in. Yes, I know, darling. I'll do my best and talk with her, I hear her say quietly when I walk into the room. Who is she talking to? It better not be who I think it is, and I better not be the her she's talking about. Yes, I know she's being difficult. You know how she is. She answers to the person on the other line. Excuse me? That better not be about me. I stand in the doorway quietly so I can hear her conversation. She just needs more time. Andre and I are both working on her. There's a pause. Yes, we can't imagine not having you in our lives either. Between Andre and I, we'll convince her to give you another chance. I guarantee it, she says happily. Then I take one step forward and the floor creaks. She turns around quickly like she's been caught. Oh, wow. Zara just walked in. I need to go. Yes. Yes, I understand. Bye. She responds quickly and hangs up her phone. Who were you talking to, Mom? I ask, a little more angrily than I intended. But I can't believe she is talking to Grant behind my back. She has no idea what she's doing. Oh, no one, she responds. Mom, who was it? I ask her a little more forcefully. It was Grant, she says reluctantly. He misses you. Why are you talking to Grant, Mother? I ask, frustration straining my voice. I am no longer seeing him, and it's very strange that you are talking on the phone with my ex-boyfriend. Come on, Zara. He wants another chance. He really is just wonderful, she says with a hopeful smile. He's been talking to both Andre and I. He just wants you to talk with him, maybe see him and spend some time with him. He's sorry for whatever he did. I guarantee it's something that can be forgiven. Mom, you barely know him. He's not as wonderful as you think. I try to tell her. I think you're just being picky. He clearly loves you, and I'm not sure why you're playing hard to get all of a sudden, she responds, sounding annoyed. Mom, I'm not playing hard to get. I don't play games with the men I date in general. It wasn't working with Grant. It's not going to work with Grant. Please stop talking to him on the phone. It is so weird, I tell her. Zara, please, she says, with her hands set in a prayer, like she's practically begging me to rekindle things with him. Mom, it's not going to happen. I haven't been missing him at all, and this is my life. I am in charge of my own choices, and my choice is to stay broken up with Grant. He's not right for me, I tell her, while looking her straight in the eyes. She clearly disagrees with me and turns away in a huff. I walk over to the window and look out. I need to calm down. This conversation about Grant is not something I expected right now. I just came from rejecting Lucas, and now I need to tell my mom to reject Grant. This is getting ridiculous. I close my eyes and take a few deep breaths before looking out the nearest window. This place is gorgeous. It's nearly hilarious that this place is called a bed and breakfast, considering its massive size. I would consider this place a castle before I'd call it a bed and breakfast. Either way, it's amazing, and Madame Dubois clearly takes great pride in it. I am going to do my best to enjoy it and forget about Grant and Lucas. However, forgetting about Lucas could prove to be a little more challenging. Then I hear the key in the lock behind me, and Andre opens the door. He must be back from his run. He enters the room, his dark skin sweaty and glistening. By the look on his face, he can clearly feel the tension in the suite. What's going on in here? He asks, looking between my mom and me. Oh, Zara's being difficult again, my mother tells him. What now, Zara? Can we ever spend time together as a family without you being a drama queen? He asks. Mom wants me to give Grant another chance, I say, hoping he'll take my side when confronted face to face. Yeah, so do I, he responds. I am taken aback. I had heard them plotting together this morning, but I didn't expect him to just admit to it. It's one thing to have his opinions behind my back, but I didn't think my brother was that much of a traitor. It's becoming obvious that talking them out of this is going to be impossible, because they don't even want to hear what I might have to say about it. What? How could you say that? Isn't it my life to decide? He wouldn't let me do anything without his approval. Why should I just accept that? He took care of you, Zara. He cared about you. He says, looking at me like I am a child. I don't need looking after, Andre. I am a grown woman. My boyfriend doesn't need to take care of me. I respond with anger. Well, Grant is a better option than that Lucas asshole, he responds. Excuse me? What does Lucas have to do with this? I demand in confusion. I saw him down in the lobby. Grant is a much better choice than him, he tells me. I agree with Andre, Zara. You and Grant have such a good foundation for a relationship. And you looked gorgeous together, she pleads. Mom, I don't care how we look together. I didn't feel like myself. I can't believe the two of you are doing this to me. Please stop talking to Grant. And you know what? I'm not interested in seeing Lucas again either. So please stop pitting them against each other, I respond, trying to keep my temper under control. Whatever, Zara. Either way, I think we should order dinner to our room tonight. I saw Lucas in the lobby and I am not in the mood to run into him again, Andre responds. His tone makes it clear there's no room for argument. Fine, I sigh. Andre smiles, smugly pleased that he feels like he won the argument.
Chapter 5. Lucas, how is it possible that two people can be under the same roof and not be able to run into each other, even accidentally? Hey, Mark, I'm going to take the day off. I'll call you later today, and we can make plans to meet up again soon. I figure if it's my vacation, I probably shouldn't work the whole time, right? Thanks, man. Talk soon, I say, leaving a voicemail for the contractor I hired to help me with my 2 new properties. I've met up with him a few times in the past couple days, spending a fair amount of my free time working on my new passion projects. But I honestly thought that I'd run into Zara in my off time before this. Now that I haven't, I guess I'm going to have to step it up a notch. That starts with staying here at the bed and breakfast today, where we have to bump into each other sooner or later. A walk to the cocktail terrace reveals many weary, yet excited experience seekers, recounting their tales of mountain hiking, spa treatments, or shopping sprees. The Rhodes family, however, is not among any of the sightseers. Listening to their chatter gives me some ideas. I turn to go inside and make my way to the next destination. About 12 minutes later, I enter the lobby to the spa facilities. Behind the registration desk, I'm greeted by a fit, almond-skinned, middle-aged female with dark, wavy locks and a bright smile. Welcome to the spa at Rose des Montagnes. How may we serve you today? Her smile is welcoming, so I approach the desk. Hi, how do you do? I'm wondering if there is a long wait period for spa treatments. Well, that depends on when you would like to schedule your treatment. Are you currently an overnight guest, or do you have a future reservation? I'm currently a guest, but I'm in the area for work, so I have no immediate plans to leave. Oh, in that case, I would suggest you go ahead and schedule your treatment as soon as possible. The facilities tend to book out quickly. If you're looking for a weekend date, we suggest you book 3 or 4 months in advance. That won't be a problem. One more question. If I were to book an appointment for a friend, what would be the procedure? Would they need to present identification and check in at the desk? I see you have a signature book here. I quickly look through the page for today's guests. Zara's signature isn't there. My suggestion would be to purchase a gift card for them and let them choose what treatment they would prefer, the clerk tells me. She maintains her smile while she subtly moves the register book out of my reach. That sounds simpler. Thank you so much for your help. You're welcome. Have a great day. Zara is not on the terrace. She's not in the spa. I look in the cafe, the gift shop, the gardens, the gallery, and the atrium. She is nowhere that I can think to casually bump into her. I'm beginning to think her family is keeping her from me, so I go back to my room feeling irritated. But how could I blame them? I slump into an armchair and let my mind take me back to an incident at a movie theater when I thought a teammate of mine was flirting with Zara. I sometimes still convince myself that I would have let it go if it didn't look as though she liked it. Thinking about it kept me from enjoying the movie. My jealousy got the better of me, but I managed to play it cool. I didn't say anything at the time, but man, did I question her about it when we were in the car. I remember interrogating her about when they started hanging out, how often they talked outside of school, and how close they were. While I'm glad my quick temper didn't show up that time, I did let the issue fester, and it all came out during a game. The ball was intercepted when I passed to him. It gave me an excuse to release my aggression. I grabbed his face mask and tripped him. My entire body cringes at the memory of being ejected and costing the team 15 yards. I sink even deeper into the chair, remembering Zara's words after she and her family watched the entire fiasco. You know nothing is going on between us, and why would you do that to a teammate anyway? You can't act like a grown-up, and it just cost the team. Something as simple as a school study group she was in for school set me off. Guys in her class she had no interest in were even a threat to our relationship. One guy, Derek, reminded me of her brother. She seemed to hang on to his every word. I volunteered to join her during their study groups, just to keep an eye on them. You never liked any of her guy friends, and you didn't stop to think that maybe Derek reminded her of her brother, too. I know jealousy caused me to go overboard on more than one occasion when we were together. You're going about this all wrong, Lucas, I say to myself. I take a few deep breaths to get my mind clear and think of ways I can deliberately see Zara. Perhaps I can enlist Madame Dubois to help me with this small situation I have. I grab my jacket and head out in the hopes of quickly finding her. If I can get a note to Zara, we may be able to plan some time to catch up. I can leave it with some roses for effect. I head straight to the gardens, hoping to find something that will work. Luckily, I find the matron of the establishment quicker than I expect. She is right at the entrance to the gardens. She notices me and smiles. Well, bonjour, Lucas. How are you today? I did not expect to see you in the gardens. Madame Dubois, just the elegant lady I was hoping to see. Really, my dear? How can I make your day brighter? I was hoping to maybe leave a note with you for Zara, maybe even with a few roses from your gardens. I would pay for them. Pay? Can you imagine the commotion that would start? Number. The roses are not for sale, but I applaud your effort. I can't help but hide my disappointment. Roses could take my gesture over the top. I'll tell you what, she says with a glint of mischief in her eyes. I am willing to part with one, if you write the best note of your life. I wonder how much she knows about the situation. When I give her a questioning look, she shrugs. Even if she knows, she is both a matchmaker and a gatekeeper. I'd never get it out of her. You have a deal. She walks around the gardens, surveying their beauty. Finally, she stops at a bed of roses that suits her needs. She pulls a two-way radio from her hip and calls my old buddy Mike. Hello, Mike. Yes, ma'am, I hear on the other end. I am out in the gardens by the roses. Can you meet me there with a pair of shears? Yes, ma'am, on my way. She turns in my direction and flashes another understanding smile. Within minutes, Mike arrives with shears in hand. I watch her speak with him about roses. She instructs which one she would like cut. Once it is removed, she thanks Mike, hands the single rose to me, and gestures for me to follow her. We walk into her office. Please, shut the door, Lucas. I oblige her request, and then sit in the seat on the other side of her desk. She hands me a notepad with green ivy printed across the top of each page. You can write your note on this. I will place it in an envelope. I think about what to write so that it gets to the point without becoming a letter. Still, I want my words to grab her attention. Zara, it was a pleasant surprise bumping into you the other day. I'm sorry we didn't have more time to talk. I realize you are here with your family for a reunion, so I don't want to take up all your time. But I would really like to sit and catch up with an old friend. Nothing fancy, though. How about a coffee and a walk in Bluff Park tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m.? I pass the note to Madame Dubois. She reads it over. Is this the best you can do? I'm wounded by the question. Is it that bad? Let me ask you another question. Have you been searching for Zara today? Well, sort of. Yes, I admit. And how simple has that search been for you? Not simple at all. In fact, I came back empty-handed everywhere I looked. Not to mention this place is quite large. I could have missed her on the way to the next location. Madame Dubois chuckles. It is precisely for this reason that you need to make sure she can contact you no matter what her reply. Does that make sense? I reread the note and suddenly understand what Madame D is attempting to explain to me. I take the same pen I used to write the note. No matter what your response is, I will accept it. I'll even do my best to understand your reasons. Here is my number so you can call or text me to let me know. Lucas. I write my number on the bottom of the page and hand the note back to Madame Dubois. That's better. No need to make her go on a wild goose chase if she agrees to join you on your coffee date, right? You're right. Thank you so much for your help. Anything for love? Okay, Madame D. I really appreciate your support, but I didn't say anything about love. Of course you didn't, dear. Have a good day. I walk out of her office. She knows a lot more than she lets on.
Chapter 6. Zara. The clock tells me it's almost time to leave. With the few minutes of solitude I have left, I withdraw the note I've hidden among the pages marked up with red ink. My mother and brother are very supportive of my work, but they'd never think to flip through the manuscript I'm working on. I don't think this is a good idea. I say aloud to no one in particular, and I nearly convince myself. But I'm already typing Lucas's phone number into my phone. I need to give myself more credit, though. I received this note from Lucas yesterday, asking to meet up, and I'm only just now responding to it. That's self-control. Still, I can't quite figure out what his game is. Is he really just wanting to catch up as old friends, or is there more behind it? Lucas was always a very caring boyfriend, sometimes too caring. But in the end, though his motives for controlling me were different than Grant's, both men can be pushy. I'm not in a place for any more of that. But if I'm being honest, I could use a friend. Lucas was always kind of a best friend and a boyfriend. The idea of being able to reconnect with him is hard to dismiss completely, especially realizing that I can't be honest with my own family. It would be nice to have someone to talk to, but nothing else. I check the clock again. This time, it tells me I'm late. Mom, Andre, and I decided to go for a hike this afternoon in the mountains behind La Maison, Zrenia, and they're waiting for me in the lobby. I don't have time to debate Lucas's motives. It's Zara, I type in a flurry. Can we meet later this evening? Currently have plans with family. I hurriedly tie my hiking boots. Then I check my curly hair quickly in the mirror and rush out the door. When I get down to the lobby, Andre and Mom are casually chatting with Madame Dubois. Well, look who decided to show up, Andre says when he notices me. He raises an eyebrow. I'm only a few minutes late, I retort. I know he's just giving me a hard time, but I still feel the need to defend myself. I've had to defend myself to him and Mom a lot lately, with Grant being in their ear. Andre shrugs. If you're not early, you're late. Okay, you two, Mom says. We're not even on the trail yet and you're already fighting. Let's keep it civil, huh? Andre and I both laugh and Mom joins us. Despite their pushiness regarding Grant, it's good to spend time with them. And at this moment, My heart is full. We say goodbye to Madame Dubois and leave for the mountains. The Rockies are magnificent. The sun shines against the black rock, and they're so tall that snow spots their peaks year-round. There are trees as far as the eye can see, and you can hear the birds calling to each other. I'm mesmerized by the views until I get distracted by my phone vibrating. It's Lucas. He's texted back. "Tonight's no good," he says. "Stuck at the Bellingtons. I've already got people coming to work." The text is not what I wanted to read, but there's something about the simple fact that he's texted me back. I also can't help but wonder how he managed to get people to drop everything and come work on his project this evening. But Lucas was always able to talk people into anything he wanted like that. I smile thinking about it, which apparently doesn't go unnoticed by my family as we walk along the trail. "Who are you texting?" Mom asks. "No one," I say and put my phone away. I feel self-conscious now. "Don't be so coy, Zara," Andre says. "We're just interested in your life, you know." "Are you too embarrassed to say?" "I'm not embarrassed," I say with a shake of my head. "I bet she's texting Grant," Andre says to Mom, as if I'm not right here. "Oh, here we go," I say and roll my eyes. "Is it Grant?" Mom asks hopefully. "He told me that you blocked him to avoid speaking to him. Don't you think that's a bit overdramatic?" "I'm not talking to Grant, Mom," I reply, which is true. I didn't block him. This is slightly less true. But like I said before, he and I are done. That's all there is to it. If he's coming off too strong, it's just because he loves you so much, Mom says. I'm so tired of my own mother taking Grant's side over mine and arguing on his behalf. I'm even more sick of Grant putting on the sweet mask around others when I've seen how manipulative he can be. It's exhausting, being unable to convince others of his true nature. It's maddening to have to keep doing it over and over. I guess I can't be too hard on Mom since she's never seen the real Grant, but it still stings that she doesn't trust me to make the best decision for myself. I do now realize I should probably unblock Grant, though. I don't want to keep getting messages and calls from him, but I also don't want to fuel the fire he's building with Mom and Andre. Maybe if he feels contact is open, he'll leave them alone. Briefly, I wonder if I should call him myself and demand that he stop. But the idea of a conversation with this man makes me sick to my stomach. I chicken out and decide that unblocking him is good enough for now. His manipulation tactics already seem to be working on them, so hopefully I can undo some of the damage. I pull out my phone to do this, but stop short. "Can we stop for a second?" Mom asks. I put my phone back in my pocket, suspicious of either of them looking over my shoulder, and Andre and I stop our walk. Mom takes off her sunglasses and takes in the view, breathing heavily. I offer her my water bottle, and she graciously accepts. Andre takes a swig from his own water bottle and wipes his brow, chuckling to himself. "Do we need to turn back?" I ask. Mom shakes her head. "No, I'm fine. Just needed to catch my breath. And honestly, we need to enjoy the sights, not just walk through them." "You're absolutely right," Andre agrees. "We need to leave Zara alone anyway. All our talking is probably scaring away any chance of seeing some deer." "Our walking is enough to do that," I admit. Mom laughs and returns my water bottle to me. I take a few sips from it. "That's probably true," she agrees. "Let's keep going. That Madame Dubois said there's a waterfall up this way, and I want to see that before we have to go back." She points up ahead on the trail, and we follow her direction. I hang behind them subtly so I can work on reluctantly unblocking Grant on my phone. But when I pull it out of my pocket, my heart skips a beat. Lucas has texted again. "I can make tonight work. I got my workers set up. They'll be fine without me. Besides, they're paid professionals," he says. "Is 6 o'clock good?" I look up and notice a trail marker that says we're at the half-mile mark of a 3-mile hike. I check the time and then text back. Better make it 7, I say. My mom will expect me to eat dinner with the family. I sigh and unblock Grant. My heart, which was just fluttering now, sinks. It's honestly amazing how differently the two men make me feel, and I can't help but notice. That doesn't mean I'm going run back into Lucas's arms or anything. Lucas texts back. Can't wait. See you soon. My heart leaps up again and I resist the urge to read too much into the words. I put my phone away absent-mindedly. Despite my best attempts to resist, I'm preoccupied with searching for hidden meanings in Lucas's messages. I must be moving slower because I hear my mother call to me. Don't fall behind, Zara. Yeah, Andre chimes in. We don't have all day. We'll have to get back before it gets dark. I come out of my stupor for a moment and rush to catch up to them. We come to a point where a stream runs across from the trail. It's too wide to simply step over, but there are several rocks jutting up from the water that make it crossable without getting wet. We attempt in a single file line. Crap, Andre says. And there's a loud splash as his foot plunges into the cold water. Sorry, Mom. Mom just laughs and doesn't stop laughing until we're all across the water. One soaking foot out of 6 isn't too bad, she says. We're lucky you didn't tumble in. Andre is a good sport about it, and we continue on. Meanwhile, I can't stop thinking about Lucas. When we were together, I thought there was no man better. But I also began to realize I was making a lot of excuses for his temper and bad behavior. Maybe too many. Still, there was something about him I couldn't resist. It always felt like Lucas had a good heart. Deep down. That's something I could never say honestly about Grant. Or maybe I just was too willing to forgive too much because I was young and stupid. It's not a mistake I want to make yet again. Then again, he was young then. People can and do change, don't they? Zara? Andre asks, snapping me out of my thinking. You good? Yeah, I say, blinking. Why? I asked if you knew what type of birds those were, and you didn't say anything back. He points to the trees above us, and for the first time since we crossed the stream, I noticed the birds chirping away in the trees. I have no idea. I keep walking along the trail without giving it much thought. We finally reach the trail's end, where, true to the word of Madame Dubois, there is a waterfall. It flows down from the rocks above, making a loud crashing sound when it hits the rocks below. The sun's far enough in the sky for the light to dance along and sparkle on the flowing water. Have you seen anything so beautiful? Mom asks as we stand near the water's edge. For some reason, a memory of Lucas springs to mind. He had driven me home after one of his football games. It was late at night, and the glow from his car radio illuminated his face. We were parked in front of my house, talking about my dream of being a writer someday. He turned to me with his crooked grin, the one that always made my heart race. No one sees the world quite like you, Zara. You even make me see it, through your eyes. Imagine being able to write a book and use that talent to make thousands of people see what you see. Millions even. If anyone could, it'd be you. My eyes cloud to remember just how full my heart felt at that moment. Zara? Mom tries again, jarring me from my memory. Isn't it the most beautiful thing you've ever seen? I nod. It's definitely one of them. I agree, clearing my suddenly hoarse throat.
Chapter 7. Lucas. Zara and I have always loved Bluff Park. It's a breathtaking natural beauty that brings a peaceful romance to our walks. We'd always pick the path with the most tree coverage, so we could watch the moon shine through the treetops and get some privacy, of course. It's nearly 7 when I see Zara pull into the parking lot in her mom's car. Boy, does that bring back memories. Back in high school, we had to borrow our parents' cars to come here. Now, we've come full circle so many years later. I can't resist the large grin that spreads across my face, remembering. Zara, hi. I wave at her as she steps out of her mom's car. She looks gorgeous with her curvy frame and sparkling eyes. Hi, Lucas, she replies while smiling nervously. She looks towards our favorite path. This place hasn't changed a bit. Well, I suppose the trees look taller, but that's it. Then she widens her eyes and holds up one finger, signaling me to wait. Wait for what? I ask her. Madame D made us something special, she says with a laugh. I watch her take out 2 large travel mugs. Oh, God, I can only imagine what's in those if Madame D made them, I reply. Well, it's definitely after 5, right? Don't panic. I told her to take it easy on the booze. They're just lightly spiked hot cocoa, she replies with a wink. If you don't think you can handle it, I can drink yours too. Ha ha ha. Very funny. They sound delicious. And it'll go great with the chill in this night air, I respond and take a mug from her. We both pause to sip our cocoa. It's divine, she remarks happily. You're right. And you're definitely not getting mine, I say, nudging her with my elbow. Then we start our walk from the parking lot to the path. That looks new, Zara says, pointing to a wooden bench. Yes, they've made a few changes since we were last here, but overall, I think it has the same charm, don't you? I ask her. Definitely the same charm. And they've added solar lights on the walking paths. That would have been nice to have that time you got us lost, she says with mock annoyance. First of all, I did not get us lost. If anything, we got us lost. I laugh. No, I'm sure it was you. I wanted to head back to the car before the sun set. You told me not to worry. You were certain you could find your way back with your eyes closed, and you were most definitely wrong. I don't think we got home until midnight, full of mud and an hour past curfew. I think I was grounded for a month thanks to you. That's not how I remember it. I remember you saying you didn't want to go home yet, so I said I'd find our way back, which I did, by the way, and you're welcome. Let's just agree to disagree, Zara responds. That means she remembers I'm right, but doesn't want to admit it. Some things never change. I miss this, I say, glancing at Zara as we start walking. Miss what? Arguing, she asks. This isn't what I would call arguing, I tell her. This is flirty banter. Flirty, huh? She says suspiciously. You haven't changed a bit, have you? You always think you're so much more charming than you actually are, she says, giving my arm a little teasing push. What? That's because I am charming. However, I have changed. My winning personality has remained the same, but I think my overall character has improved. At least, I've been working on improving myself. I hope that shows. I stop and say that last sentence to her sincerely. She smiles back at me, but I see something flicker in her eyes. Yeah, hopefully you've grown some, Lucas, Zara responds. I know exactly what she's thinking and not saying. Our breakup didn't end well. That was definitely my fault. I don't want to focus too much on our past. But you, really, Zara, you haven't changed a bit, I tell her. You're the same sweet, smart, attractive woman that I loved back then. I keep my tone light and flirty, not wanting to come across too strong. Not yet, anyway. How's the reunion with your mom and brother going? I ask, changing the subject. Oh, Lord, you can probably imagine, she says with a roll of her eyes. That bad, huh? I ask. Her brother and her mom have always been a little too overprotective when it comes to Zara. They're a loving family, but that love can be a little intense. They're great when they're not meddling in my life. Who needs to meddle in the life of an amazing author? It sounds to me like you have it all together, I remark, inviting her to open up. They're so focused on me getting back together with Grant, she says quietly. I'm not sure I want to hear about her ex-boyfriend, but I also know this is the perfect time to show her I've changed. She's a human being, after all. She's going to see men every day. She's going to have exes. It's on me to be able to handle that like a grown-up. I don't want to be a 40-year-old man someday, punching a guy in the grocery store because he looked her way. It's ridiculous and it's beneath me. Deep down, I know it too. Does that mean you don't want to get back together with him? I ask her hesitantly. Hell no, Her words trail off. I can tell she wants to say more. She's holding back, not sure how much she can share with me. It pricks me a little, mostly because I know I deserve it. She doesn't trust me or my temper enough. Can I ask why? I offer, trying to look a lot more reasonable than I ever managed to be back in high school. How much do you want to hear? I don't have anyone to talk to about it, to be honest. My brother and mom are so Team Grant. They don't listen to me when I tell them how he treated me, she says, avoiding my gaze to look down at the ground. She kicks a stick off the path. Sometimes I feel like they think everything was in my head, or I was making it up. What happened, Zara? I ask her, needing to know at this point. Now it's not just about proving maturity. It's sounding dark, in a way that makes my stomach twist. There's an anger at the edge of my brain, but this time it's different than it's ever been. He just didn't treat me well, and he was abusive, she tells me. My hands clench into fists. I spin, facing her full on. No, I don't mean like that. He never hit me, she responds, correctly reading my expression. I promise, he didn't, but he was controlling. It was more of a mind game and emotional abuse. He didn't want me to do certain things or talk to certain people. He'd check my email and phone log behind my back. He just had so many rules. It was beyond suffocating, she says to me, trying to smile but failing. What kind of rules? I ask. Honestly, just silly things. It's hard to explain, but it was obvious he just wanted to tell me what to do, no matter how stupid it was. The kind of things every adult gets to decide for themselves, and normal people don't even care about. She pauses to think. I couldn't wear certain clothing items if he didn't think they looked good on me. He'd order for me at restaurants. He'd make all my plans for me. If he didn't like someone, I wouldn't be allowed to see them. Things like that. Like I was his dog, and he got to lay out my day for me, you know? I frown, but she continues before I can say anything. He started so subtly. Then one day, he told me I had to cancel plans with a friend at work since he didn't like her. I guess she was cold to him when he met her once. He tried to tell me how to feel about things, and if I didn't agree with him, he made me feel like a traitor. One day, it just hit me that I didn't want to live like that anymore. She loops her arm through mine so that we can continue walking. I pull her closer and match my pace to hers. It's not a romantic or flirty move, but a comforting one. I can tell by how stiffly she's speaking that it's hard for her to talk about. Breaking up with him was the best decision I could make. My mom and my brother will never understand or believe how he made me feel. He only shows them his perfect and charming side. So they are beyond perplexed that I don't want to be with him anymore. I understand. I'm glad you broke up with him, I tell her. Of course you are. She laughs and shakes her head. If you had your way, I'd have been a nun after we broke up. You didn't even like the fact that I had to share a planet with other men. No, it's not that. First of all, that was the stupid immaturity of a high school kid, and I sincerely regret it. And I don't mean that breaking up with him leaves you available to see me now. Maybe I was selfish like that once, but that's not what I'm thinking about right now. I pause, trying to find the right words. I've never been as good with that as Zara, which I suppose is why she's a writer. I just can't stand the thought of someone trying to tell you how to live your life. You should never be in someone else's shadow. You have too much to offer to be hidden that way. She looks up into my eyes thankfully. I wish my mom and brother felt the same way. My brother and I used to be so close. Now I'm not sure how much I can trust him. I don't know what he's telling Grant behind my back. She sighs. I just want Grant to leave me alone, That chapter of my life has ended. They need to understand that. Then there's a pause. I'm not quite sure what to say that would be helpful now. She deserves to be free of this asshole, but there's not much I can do about her family. They need to get on her page on their own. I believe you, and I'm on your side, I offer earnestly, knowing I can't change their opinion. I know. Thank you, she says. She stops walking abruptly and wraps me in a friendly hug. I notice her shivering in my arms, so I drape my coat over her shoulders, just like old times.
Chapter 8. Zara. The wind rushes past us, sending a chill up my spine. I shudder and grip my cocoa, sipping it absent-mindedly. It's been quiet for a few minutes, and yet it's been surprisingly peaceful. We walk along a paved path in the park, just strolling and admiring the trees. Something about this moment just feels so comfortable, so right. I glance over at Lucas, who is trying hard not to stare at me. I smile and look away. I hold my cocoa close to my face, letting the warmth of the steam brush against my skin. For a second, everything just washes away. Grant, my family, my unhappiness, all of it. You okay? Lucas asks. I snap back to reality. Yeah, of course, I reply. I flash him a quick smile. Hey, wanna swing? I point to the swing set at the playground. I haven't been on a swing in years. Lucas chuckles. He seems hesitant but follows me over there anyway. The plastic of the seat feels cold against my pants, but I don't mind. I kick back playfully and let myself swing back and forth like a human pendulum. Lucas watches me for a second, grinning. You are so adorable, he says without thinking. He catches himself and stays quiet. Still, it's nice to hear, and I smile back at him. He sits on the swing next to me and scuffs his feet over the ground, but the rest of his body sits still. I start swinging more forcefully. It's a struggle with the cocoa in my hand, but I love the feeling of being suspended over the ground. It's such a liberating experience. I can tell why kids love it. After a moment, it sinks in that Lucas is still just sitting. I realize I probably look ridiculous and slow down. Lucas just watches as I come down. His eyes don't look away from me for a second. I stare into his eyes. And for a moment, I remember what it felt like for us to be together. Can I tell you something? I ask. Of course, he responds. You're much more chill than I remember. I remember you used to get annoyed by things so easily. But now, I trail off. I realize I maybe shouldn't have said anything. Yeah, I guess you can say I've changed a bit. I've been trying. I know I used to be a hothead before, always getting jealous and annoyed. Lucas turns away from me as he talks. Well, you were just passionate. A bit stubborn but passionate, I reply, as if a few hours ago, I wasn't thinking the exact same thing. My swing finally comes to a stop. I hold onto the cocoa as the chains creak and groan. Well, I know your brother and mother don't approve of my passion. Oh, I'm sure he could get over it. And I don't think my mom minds. Not really. I'm not 100% sure how she feels about you, but I know she doesn't hate you. Whoa, who said anything about hating me? I just said they didn't approve, Lucas says with a smirk. He turns to face me. Hate is such a strong word. He winks. Shut up. I hit his arm playfully. Look, I know that I wasn't the best boyfriend when we dated. If I could go back and do things differently, I would. I'm sure that your family is just trying to look out for you. I know they want what's best for you, and they probably don't think I'm it. Well, Grant surely isn't what's best for me either, but they're all over him, I reply. I stare at the ground. Just thinking about him makes me feel sad and angry. He's dug himself into my life without my permission, and I don't even know how to get rid of him. Hey, it'll be okay. I'm sure you'll figure out a way to cut him out of your life, Lucas says as he lifts my head up. It's as if he's reading my thoughts. I certainly hope so. We stare into each other's eyes for a few moments too long. Instinctively, I try sipping the last of my cocoa, but it's already gone. I didn't realize how much of a buzz I was feeling until now. The tingling makes me feel both warm and cold at the same time. Let's head back, yeah? It's getting pretty late, Lucas says. I check my watch, seeing it's almost 10. Yeah, we should get back. I'm almost past curfew. I glance at Lucas to see if he knows I'm joking. He seems confused, but then grins when I do. We drive our separate cars back to the inn. Lucas gets there first, but he waits for me to get out of my car before we head inside together. It's nice. It feels comfortable to be walking beside him like this, even though I tried to fight off spending time with him at first. The air is even colder as we walk back to the bed and breakfast from the parking lot. The estate is lit so well at night, one would think it was permanently on display to the public. A light fog has already rolled in, giving the lights an ethereal glow to them. As we get into the lobby, a rush of warm air blasts our faces. I take the cocoa mugs and leave them on the counter. Madame D will pick them up in the morning. The entire place is eerily quiet, but the lobby is still well lit. It makes me feel like we're weary travelers checking into a luxury hotel at the end of the world. This was really great catching up with you, Lucas says. I agree. It was nice to get away from the family and just be myself for a little while. I rub my hands together to get the blood flowing. They were chillier than I realized. I should have brought gloves or something. Well, are you trying to go to bed right now? Lucas asks hopefully. I'm not that tired yet. Maybe we can relax in the lounge chairs? I point to the chairs in front of the unused fireplace. Without thinking, Lucas leads me over there. I can tell he doesn't want this night to end so soon. Do you remember that time we went to get ice cream on the pier? Lucas says. He has the biggest grin on his face. I start smiling too. Yeah, I remember. You were so angry when that seagull swiped your cone. I can still hear you cussing it out. I laugh as the image of the gull swooping down and grabbing his ice cream flashes across my memory. I paid good money for that ice cream, and I barely got to enjoy any of it. Lucas replies. I feel like my anger was more than justified. He smiles. Yeah, I guess I can understand that. That's why I let you have some of mine, remember? Yeah, that was really sweet of you. You were always the heart, and I was the muscle. We continue our stroll down memory lane, talking about the good times we had together. I'm surprised that, suddenly, I only remember the good things. I've nearly forgotten the arguments, the shouting matches, and the times he would get super jealous over anyone I talked to. Before I know it, my watch says it's nearly 1 a.m. I gasp when I see it and shoot to my feet. Yikes, I should probably get upstairs. It's pretty late. Lucas stands up as well. Should I walk you to your room? He asks. I grin. I don't think there's going to be any bogeymen waiting for me here. Madame Dubois would never stand for it. A beat of silence passes between us, and then I reach out to gently squeeze his hand. This was really nice. I'm glad we were able to do this. Me too. I stroll back to the room, reminiscing about all the times I had with Lucas. When I'm safe inside, I slide off my coat to start changing into my pajamas. It takes at least a minute before it finally clicks. Damn it. That's his coat. You forgot to give it back. I hesitate, seriously considering running back downstairs quickly to see if he's still there. The last thing I need is for Andre or my mom to notice the men's jacket in my room. But I'm exhausted and ultimately decide I'll deal with it in the morning. I slip my phone out of the jacket pocket to put it on the charger. It's been on silent this whole time, and when I look for the first time in hours, I realize texts from Grant have already started coming in. Just when I thought things were finally looking up, here he comes to wreck it all. The man is nothing if not dependable in the worst possible way.
Chapter 9. Lucas. Where did you get that? I ask Madame Dubois inquisitively, as I sit down at the bar to order my breakfast. The black jacket she's wearing looks very familiar. She gives me a quick smile and winks. Her eyes are bright this morning and filled with mischief. This old thing, she asks. A nice young lady asked me to hold on to it for her. I tried it on for fun, and I realized it looks great on me. Maybe I'll keep it? Then she pours me a cup of black coffee. Interesting, I respond before I take a sip of my coffee. I think I know the young lady that gave it to you to hold on to. Can I have it back? Only if you give me some details, she responds. Zara asked me to hold on to it, so her family didn't see it and ask her about it. Clever girl. And how do I know it's yours? She didn't mention that part. She thinks she's funny. She was cold, so I gave her my coat, I tell her without providing any further details. Madame D can connect the dots on her own. Then I see out of the corner of my eye that Zara's family is walking into the restaurant. Andre and I make eye contact. His eyebrows furrow and his shoulders stiffen when he sees me. He gently grabs his mom's elbow and nods in my direction. Vivian stops in her tracks. She looks back at Andre, then back at me. Her face hardens. It looks like they're considering turning around and leaving the restaurant. Too bad Zara is about 5 steps in front of them, already heading to a table and oblivious to their discomfort. I'm surprised Zara hasn't noticed me sitting over here yet, especially considering her brother is coming up behind her like a bristled porcupine. She reaches a table and sits down. Then I take a deep breath and adjust my shirt to make sure it's sitting correctly. What do you think you're doing? Madame D asks me after she notices that I'm preparing to get up. Wish me luck. I'm going to go over and tell everyone good morning, I say cheerfully. Madame Dubois scrunches her forehead, tilts her head, and begins to open her mouth to speak, but I cut her off. I won't stay long. Just say hi. I don't want to be rude and pretend I don't see them. I think your presence is enough to be rude to them, she mutters under her breath. But good luck anyway, I suppose. I'll be here waiting. I take another deep breath and get up from the bar. I'm just going to say hello. Then I'll leave them to their brunch. When I'm about 10 feet from the table, Zara looks up and makes eye contact with me. She smiles warmly, but then her eyes widen in horror as she glances back and forth from her mom to her brother. There's a bit of panic in her eyes. No, she mouths to me before her brother or mom can look up from their menus. They're clearly trying to ignore my presence in the venue. Yes, I mouth back, smiling. I'll win them over. Good morning, everyone, I say with a little wave. Zara's mom looks up from her menu, glances at me, then looks back down, unimpressed. There's a long silence. Good morning, she finally responds when the silence has stretched a bit too far beyond her comfort level. She's too polite to just ignore me even though she tried. But I think she may have rolled her eyes at Andre. Andre looks up from his menu and just stares at me for a few moments. His left eye looks like it's quivering a bit. Then he sits up as tall as he can with his shoulders back to try and exude dominance. You're not welcome at this table, Lucas, Andre spits out with a snarl. I glance over at Vivian. I'm shocked she doesn't chide him for that rude comment. She's normally so dedicated to manners, but she's nodding her head silently in agreement. Then I look over at Zara. Her eyes are wide with shock. I could make a scene. I could swear up a storm. I could probably pound her brother into the ground with the leg of one of these stupid dining chairs. And there's a part of me that wants to. There really, really is. For a moment, I can actually see myself beating some manners into him, and the idea is very appealing. It's the look on her face that stops me, though. I know that isn't what she wants. She wanted peace and quiet. She doesn't want to listen to her mom and brother tell her I'm all wrong for her. And I don't want that for her either. No disrespect meant, I begin, keeping my voice almost eerily calm. I I thought I was just coming over to wish some familiar faces good morning. If you'd rather have a bad one, I guess that's up to you." Then I grit my teeth, turn on my heel, and walk away from the table. It takes every ounce of self-control I possess, but I do it. I'm almost back to the bar when I hear footsteps running up behind me. I turn quickly to see Zara reaching out a hand to touch my shoulder. "I'm so sorry about them," she says sadly. I look over her shoulder. Her mother has her mouth agape, shocked that Zara left the table to come after me, and her brother has his hands clenched into fists. "Look, it's not your fault if he wants to act like a child," I point out. "I promised you I had grown up, and I meant it. Maybe he'll come around before long, and I can teach him how to act like an adult, too." "It's not just you. They are still obsessed with Grant, no matter how many times I tell them it's over with him. They think if you're out of the picture, then I'll go back to him. I mean, they haven't come out and said that. But I know how they think," she says, crossing her arms in annoyance. "I'm not really sure what to say to that. I don't really care what her family thinks of me, but I also know I can't just go picking fights with them, either. Still, if they think they're going to scare me off with Andre's little temper tantrum, they better think again. Either way, thank you for responding so calmly to them. I know Andre was looking for an argument, but thank you for not taking the bait and making a scene." I nod. I've known her long enough to remember how she struggles to stand up to her family. Back in high school, I remember quite a few fights where I insisted she was old enough to make up her own mind about various things, even things that I didn't have a personal interest in, like what dress she wore to a dance. I just wanted her to be happy, but she'd always cave to what her mother wanted. Still, just the fact that she walked away from them to come here and talk to me is a pretty big move. It's bold for the girl who could never tell her mother no. Maybe she's starting to grow a spine to stick up for herself. "I know I'm already going to hear about this all day, so if they're going to be mad, let's give them something to really complain about," she says with an eye roll. "Want to meet for drinks tonight? My treat since I owe you." I laugh. "Your treat? You know I can afford a few drinks," I tease. I'm not a particularly old-fashioned man, but there's about zero chance I'm letting her pay for drinks. "So can I," she insists, scowling a little. I decide to leave it unsettled for now. "That's true. I forgot about all that big erotic novel money you're making now," I tease. "How about 7 tonight?" "7 sounds great," she agrees with a smile. "I'll see you then, and I'm buying." As she begins walking back, I see her brother stand before she gets to the table. She approaches him and puts her hand on his shoulder as if to settle him. He's whispering something and looking annoyed while her mother shakes her head across the table at them both. "Well, that went well," I hear Madame D say behind me with a hint of a laugh.
Chapter 10. Zara. "You can't be serious, Zara. What has gotten into you? I don't care if it's just drinks. Do you have any idea what could happen? I'll tell you what. A trip to the courthouse requesting an annulment to repair the recklessness of just drinks. I'm sitting on the chaise lounge watching my mom pace in circles. After her outburst, she stops, puts her hands to her hips, and stares at me. I wait for her to take a breath long enough to respond. Really, Mother? Do you not think you're being a little dramatic? Her voice morphs from the earlier outcry to a more concerned tone. Maybe I am, honey, but I know your history with Lucas. What I remember was not genuine love. He never properly supported you, never understood you. I mumble. And you understand me? I know better than to escalate the drama. I've already gone far enough by accepting drinks. What was that? I didn't hear you clearly. She knows when I'm being petulant. I said, don't you see? I know when to course correct. Oh? Is that what you said? Seriously, Mother, don't you see why I had to accept his invitation for drinks? Not really, no. I stand up to show I mean business. You and Andre were behaving like a pair of high school mean girls at the breakfast table. Andre with his, "You're not welcome here," and you with your silent treatment. I see the embarrassment on my mother's face, but I continue to make sure I get my point across. I was ashamed by the way the two of you treated Lucas. No matter what happened between Lucas and me, you could have at least shown a little etiquette. Said, "Good morning," and let him be on his way. And if he had made himself comfortable, then we could have let him know the intrusion wasn't welcomed. He wouldn't have embarrassed himself by hanging around. You know how it's done, Mother. You're known for being well-mannered. I can't believe you allow Andre to call the shots around here. She's about to say something when we hear a knock on the door of the suite. My mom appears relieved to end the conversation, letting out a huge sigh on her way to the door. I wonder if what appears to be relief is really exasperation. She opens it to reveal a set of arms, holding a large bouquet of flowers and a diamond-shaped box. "I have a delivery for Mrs. Zara Rhodes," a voice says from behind the flowers. I walk over to the gift-laden arms. "Thank you." I remove the fragrant yet bulky burden and lay the box down on the nearby table. Mom goes to her purse to retrieve a tip for the carrier. Meanwhile, I examine the bouquet with its arrangement of pink roses, white carnations, and pink and white Peruvian lilies. "Impressive," I hear my mother say. "Chocolate-covered strawberries." I turn around. Mom has now made her way to the box and revealed its contents. Someone knows how to get a girl's attention. But as soon as the words leave her mouth, her brow furrows. "What's wrong, Mom?" "This is what you get for encouraging him." "I get for encouraging who?" "Lucas, right? Who else would send you flowers and strawberries? Especially after defying your family's wishes? You should have never accepted his offer." She takes the flowers from my hands. "You are going to return these to him this instant." A card drops from the floral arrangement as she walks away. She picks up the card and continues heading toward the door. "Can I at least see what the card says?" "I'll read it." She opens the card and begins silently reading. Her demeanor changes from frustration to relief and then to excitement. "What does it say?" It says, "Consider this the first of many pleasant surprises. Missing you and the family. Grant." My mouth drops. "Grant?" What a nice gesture. Mom pivots and walks to the sitting room, carrying the flowers and card. "Where are you going?" "I thought I remembered seeing a vase somewhere in here." "A vase?" I pursue her into the room. "A moment ago, you were ready to throw them in Lucas's face. Now you're looking for a vase. Unbelievable, isn't it?" She can't hide her excitement. Grant is such a thoughtful young man. "I can't believe this. Those flowers aren't for me, you know. They're for you and Andre, as a thank you for indulging Grant's nonsense. Welp, enjoy them. I'm leaving now." Mom looks up at me. "You're still going?" "Yes, Mother. It's an apology drink." After your behavior, it was almost an apology dinner. But I was able to negotiate it down. Well, I guess we can all be thankful for that. No need to give him any false hope, right? Hurry back. As I walk down the hallway toward the bar, I'm not sure if I'm more irritated at Grant's absolute audacity or my family's meddling. Why can't they just stay out of my life? I haven't said a single thing about Lucas, and they're all over him like a pack of wolves. Yet I've told them several times it's over between Grant and me, but with him, they're soft and sweet like bunny rabbits. Ugh, Grant has some nerve. Where does he get off sending flowers during my family time? I told him we're done, but he's using my family to undermine my decision. He's making them feel special, just like he did with me. It started with constant calls and texts, then plane tickets to Bologna for weekend getaways. I could barely work because he was constantly around. When I asked for elbow room or protested the lavish gifts, he'd get upset. "You're the only person I want to spend time with." Or, "We were born to be together," he'd say. Those love bombs don't last long, though. The facade began cracking one night after I told him he was on his phone too much during a dinner date. It made him accuse me of starting an argument to ruin the evening. The final straw came during a discussion about our next vacation together. He looked over my list. "Why aren't you considering Cancun?" "You hated Cancun. You said so on the return flight. You complained most of the trip." "You're imagining things," he said as he crossed off my suggestions, ignoring them all. "I never said that, and I don't know what you mean by saying I complained." I may write under a pen name, but I know facts from fiction. I'll be damned if I'm going to allow Grant to continue gaslighting me and my family. Just as I'm about to go down a rabbit hole, the sight of Lucas waiting at the bar stops me in my tracks. He looks amazing, wearing a cream cashmere sweater polo and a pair of light-colored slim-fit jeans under an army green trench coat. He looks just like a model. His sandy blonde side-swept haircut is simple, classic, and fits his faded goatee. I look down at my off-white Versailles jumpsuit, dusty pink netty knit cardigan, and tobacco suede ankle boots. Now I wonder if I look casual enough. I could have done hair and makeup 10 times in the time I took trying to look like I don't care. I went the extra mile on my makeup, with primer, concealer, and a dusting of shimmery powder. My eyes are a smoky taupe with a navy blue contrast. I'm even wearing waterproof matte lipstick in case I kiss him. My family needs to know that when someone's my +1, I determine who's on my arm. Tonight, I want to see Lucas, and I'm going to damn well see him. I move in his direction, trying to walk like a gazelle in my heels. As I come toward him, it's like he knows I'm getting close. He turns his head, and his eyes lock with mine. I battle the simultaneous urge to run forward and to run away. I take a deep breath and a hard swallow, then pause for a moment to get my bearings. Smiling casually, I walk toward him. He smiles widely. It's a smile that reminds me of him placing the corsage on my wrist before prom. We smiled a lot that night. I try to greet him confidently yet casually. "Hi there." "Well, hello." He reaches out his arm to guide me to my seat next to him at the bar. "I didn't think you'd show up. I half expected a note waiting for me down here with your regrets." "Nope." I wink at him while he smiles and laughs. "Although, if you want to win that bet, I can go back to my room." He laughs again. "No chance. You looking like that is all the prize I need." We come in for a hug that lingers longer than I planned for, but I'm still disappointed when it ends. I take a deep breath, allowing myself to savor the smell of him.
Chapter 11. Lucas. "What's been your favorite part so far?" the new husband says. "Just being with you," the new wife answers, putting her hand on his. I want to choke from the sentimentality, and at the same time, I smile and shake my head with joy for the ease of a situation like that. How nice would it be to have no complications, just to be together? Then I see Zara, and all of the sound in the room goes quiet. I stand up from my bar stool to greet her. She looks heavenly in her white jumpsuit. I can barely focus on the words we're saying as we embrace hello. The sensational feel of having her in my arms feels like a true homecoming, even more than seeing the Welcome to Pine Ridge signs. "How has your day been?" I ask. There's a buzzing in her bag, and she takes out her phone, rolls her eyes, sighs, then puts it back. I need a drink. "Fortunately, you've come to the right place." "What's that you're drinking there?" she asks, gesturing to my drink with her long fingers. Her nails painted a lovely peach color. "One of Madame's specialties, La Marseillaise. Gin, lime juice, blue curacao, and pastis, anise, and citrus." Sounds perfect for you. You always loved the old-timey drinks. Something about the way she runs her finger around the edge of my glass is a little more arousing than it has any right to be. I can't decide between the French kiss and the Paris Saint-Germain FC. Madame D's favorite soccer club, as she'll tell you for hours. She called it that because it's a kick in the pants. She flashes a sly smile. Then definitely that one. Marcel, the bartender on duty that evening, comes over to take our order. In the meantime, he gives us small snifters of Calvados brandy on the house as an aperitif. This is so delicious, Zara says. I love watching her lips as she drinks it, and the joy that rises in her eyes as the taste hits. It's a sensuous experience in and of itself, just watching her. There's no other place like this. Café de Mélodie, even without La Maison attached, would be worth traveling hundreds of miles for. Absolutely, she agrees. I've never had Calvados, but I've always wanted to. Leave it to Madame Dubois. Is there something special about it? I don't even know what it is. It's brandy made in northern France, like heavily distilled apple cider. I was researching D-Day for a book, and I learned that French farmers were so happy when American paratroopers landed in their fields. They wanted to give them bottles of Calvados and get them drunk. She swishes the brown liquid in a small circle. Some of them were too hungover to fight on the first day of the invasion. I guess everyone's fighting a different battle out there. Let's make a toast to the farmers and GIs partying at the dawn of D-Day. Now those are words I never thought I'd say. We clink glasses, then take another sip of the spicy burning liquor. Zara's body shivers, but her face glows with delight. It's wonderful to see her forget about the stress of the last few days. What were you writing about D-Day? And you never did tell me what sorts of books you write. Is it romance or something else? All sorts of things. I have a few different pen names. One, yes, is for romance novels, and I'm not giving you that pen name. She grins. I have a young adult one, and I have one for adventure stories. And which one was the D-Day one for? Young adult, told from the perspective of two kids. She tilts her head to one side, and her long hair flows down her shoulder like a majestic waterfall. One is the daughter of an American taking part in the invasion, and the other is a French child in occupied France, and eventually their paths cross. That's amazing. What's it called? I'm not finished yet, and I bet I'll get all sorts of new fodder from Madame D during this visit, but any stories she has are probably more suited for romance than for a young adult. I snicker. Yeah, just adult. As in, not safe for work. Speaking of work, how about you? How are renovations going? They're good. It always feels like a pain in the ass when you're going about it at the beginning. But once you get a plan and follow the steps, it gets more manageable. Kind of like the old saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. She leans an elbow on the bar. Sounds like writing a book, actually. Her bag continues with the buzzing. She takes it out again, looking increasingly more irritated. She scrolls through a string of messages, as if whisked away from the table. She sighs and puts it down, but it continues vibrating. I wonder if it's her mom and brother. Or maybe someone who likes me even less. Something you need to attend to. What? Oh, number... It's nothing. But she doesn't stop pulling out the phone, putting it back, and pulling it out again. It reminds me of an animatronic character, only capable of making a few jerky motions. Ugh. Okay, I'm putting it on night mode. I can't with this dumb phone. Her normally composed demeanor is rattled, and she keeps shaking her head and huffing. She looks down at her empty cup. I think we need more Calvados. What do you say? Let's party like it's D-Day. Just then, the Madame floats in our direction, coming from the outside terrace, as if the word were a whistle, calibrated just for her ears. Did I hear mention of Le Jour J? She starts singing strains of La Marseillaise and puts her hand over her heart. Le Jour J? That's what we called D-Day, my dear. Now, before you ask, no, I was not alive yet. I was born just a few years later, but, she drapes an arm over my shoulder. But I had a love, much older than I, who was there, a Quebecois man, younger than you are now when he went on the boat to the beachhead. He moved later to Europe. I had gotten a job at OTAN in Bruxelles. OTAN? Oh, excusez-moi, Zrenia NATO вы называете. And he was so dashing. We, too, would drink calvados, like you two children, and big gold glasses of bière belge. Zara props herself onto the edge of her stool. That's amazing, Madame D. What sorts of things did he say about the experience? Zara has a distinct look of concentration and awe when she's learning about something she's passionate about. I remember it well from our literature class in high school when we'd talk about Shakespeare. He said he was so happy to get off those damn boats that he thought the invasion couldn't possibly be worse. Obviously, it was terrible. That first day, after the beachhead had been established, he and his Canadian Infantry Division got further into France than anyone else. Ah, Jean-Luc. What happened to him? Zara asks. I was 20, and he was in his 50s. I only worked in Bruxelles for a short time, and we ended our dalliance. But when he'd come to Paris, he'd ring me, and we wrote letters, back when people still did that, in the Stone Age. I love handwritten letters, Zara says. I know, I say, grateful that I got to be a part of this long romantic tradition with my note the other day. And I went on to have many loves after that. He wasn't the first, and he wouldn't be the last. But Jean-Luc was special. I was his ingenue. Have you been married, madame? I ask. Oh, a few times. Zara and I both raise our eyebrows at each other with mischievous smiles. Some I thought would be forever, some I knew would not be. But I loved them all. To fall in love is easy. To stay in love, that's the hard part. Is there a secret? Zara asks. If I knew, I'd have gone through fewer men. No, we are always learning. Every love is different. But the ones I loved most... Madame falls quiet, which I didn't know was possible. It's late now, the time when regrets come out in the darkness of night. If all of Madame D's loves were in a room, I wonder how large it would be. My great love was a football referee. Olivier, my husband. I would have never kissed another man again. An athlete with the mind of a businessman, the soul of a poet, and the temper of a bull. Our arguments, we needed honnête peacekeepers. The best 6 years of my life. But he loved his moto and had a terrible accident. I didn't speak for 3 years. Tears fill her eyes. We all sit in contemplation. Madame stares off in the distance. Olivier planted me a beautiful garden, which I tended for years. The garden here always has his favorite flowers. I go outside and believe I can feel him. Perhaps you would like to take a stroll, just the two of you. It's well lit despite the hour. It's just outside the cafe, so I can see it all the time. Zara and I nod, silently agreeing. A walk in the garden sounds perfect. I'm longing to hold her hand. I've wanted to kiss her since she walked into the bar. Really, since I ran into her that first day. That sounds wonderful, Madame D. Thank you, and thank you for sharing your stories. Our host places her hand on her heart. Thank you for listening to the ancient history of an old lady. We all say goodnight, and Zara and I step into the night. We sit on a bench, illuminated by the moon. Then her phone buzzes again, and her face contorts in a scowl, ruining the moment. Seriously, is everything okay? I ask, getting annoyed once again. A part of me knows that it isn't her fault that her phone keeps ringing, but I also can't see the use in trying to win her over if she's always mentally miles away. It's my ex. I told you about him, how he won't give up. Well, since I wasn't responding to his messages, he started calling my mother and brother directly. For some reason, I thought that was worse, so I decided it was time to grow up and talk to him myself. But now that I'm answering his messages again, he won't go away. I can't shake this man, no matter what I do, because he just won't take no for an answer. I frown, thinking this over. Maybe it's silly to even try to start anything with Zara, considering how much she has going on. She says she's over her ex, but is she really? However, if he really is as controlling as she says, she needs my help. Her brother certainly isn't doing her any favors. Want me to call him? I offer. I can tell him I'm your new boyfriend and scare him off. She shakes her head. The first thing he'd do is go run to Andre. Then what? Are you ashamed to have Andre know we've been spending time together? No, she answers a little too hastily. Look, I know I'm an adult. I can do what I want. I don't answer to Andre or Grant, but it's complicated. I resist the urge to sigh. That doesn't exactly sound promising. Look, I had a really good time tonight, she continues. I mean it. I've enjoyed being here with you, but I'm not in a rush. Can that be enough for now? Two people who enjoy each other's company? I stare into her eyes, trying to read her thoughts. Her face is sincere, and I suddenly feel like I'm probably being the jerk here. She doesn't owe me anything, not even an explanation for who she's messaging. If this is as difficult on her as it seems to be, I could probably stand to be a little more understanding and a little less controlling. Maybe for once, I should just do what she needs me to do. Yes, I decide. That can be enough. She gives me a coy look, the kind that says she wants me to kiss her. Then she bites her lip nervously. We inch closer together. I touch my hand to her smooth cheek and curl it around the back of her neck, and I kiss her as if it's my last kiss on earth. Her lips are alive and warm, and her body moves like water in my arms. We slowly separate, glowing from the pleasure of each other's lips. Would you like to head up to my room for a nightcap? I suggest. That sounds perfect.
Chapter 12. Zara. I can't believe I just agreed we head to his room for a nightcap. I don't really want a nightcap. I want him. Not that I regret it in the slightest. He looks just as good as he did in high school. Maybe even better now that he's older. He looks at me and smiles. It almost washes away the anger I feel toward my brother for trying to force me to reconcile with Grant. For God's sake, I'm single. I can do whatever the hell I want. And right now, I want to do Lucas. He pauses, opens the door and steps aside so that I can enter first. So for a nightcap, I have Techie. I pounce. My mouth crashes into his. He's caught off guard but recovers quickly and kisses me back with equal passion. His hands explore my body, pulling me closer. He tastes like tequila and something else. Something familiar and intoxicating. I can feel my heart beating faster, my blood rushing through my veins. We break the kiss for a moment, breathing heavily and looking into each other's eyes. I see desire and hunger there, and it mirrors my own. Are you sure you want to do this? He asks, his voice husky. Oh, I'm sure. I mumble against his lips. You? He scoffs, as if the question isn't worthy of an answer. I can feel how much he wants me. His shaft is straining against his pants, and I feel heat radiating from it. The thought of it inside of me makes my knees weak. The bed's over there, he says. I can hear the smile in his voice. No, I say. My voice is firm and commanding. Here. He smiles and pushes me against the wall. The hard, cold surface bites into my back as I tug at his belt. Thanks for reading this far, fans. Unfortunately, this portion of the chapter is too hot for this platform. Find all the glorious unabridged details over at vixavonromance.com. Using code VIXA40 will yield you super savings on all the goods. Back to our story.
Chapter 13. Lucas. I lie there next to Zara, who's breathing softly in her sleep, and I take it all in, savoring the memories of last night. I steal a glance at Zara, her dark skin bronzed in the bright sunlight. How many times have I dreamed of this moment? I reach for the phone and order brunch. I'm careful to keep quiet, despite the fact that she could sleep through a tornado. It's a quirk I've always found adorable. I shower and put on my clothes, then add the final touch, a few spritzes of Armani cologne. It's a woodsy, spicy fragrance she's always loved, and it always reminds me of her. A few minutes later, there's a quiet knock at the door. "Thanks so much," I whisper, putting my finger to my mouth. "Just put it over there." He follows me to the desk near the bed, and I give him a $10 tip. The French press coffee steams hot next to the bottle of champagne and 2 crystal flutes, along with orange juice for mimosas. The silver covers keep the food warm. My mouth waters, not at the spread but at the sight of Zara sleeping. I lean over the bed and place a trail of gentle kisses along her neck, waking her. Her eyes flutter open, and I lean in, kissing her on her full, beautiful mouth. I touch her soft cheek, and just the feel of it on my fingers makes me want to repeat last night. She pulls away, hesitation written on her face, and her eyes have a mix of emotions that are hard to read. My stomach tightens. "About last night," she starts. "I'm not sure I'm ready for a full relationship right now. I've been through a lot lately. I just want to focus on myself. I hope you can understand." It strikes me like a spear to the gut. The room falls silent as she looks down at her robe, at the bed, at the food, at anything other than me. Adrenaline floods my body, and I'm filled with the impulse to fight for the chance to be together again. I can sense her anticipation and anxiety. She's waiting for me to explode in anger. The old competitive jock within me, the one who thrived on challenges and never accepted defeat, urges me to push, to fight for what I desire. "What do you mean?" I come close to blurting out. But I hold back. I listen to hear what she means instead of immediately challenging her. If I've changed, it's not enough to tell her so. She has to believe it. I have to act like a different man than I was in high school if I'm ever going to deserve a woman like her. I take a deep breath, feeling the battle against my temper playing out. I'm victorious for now. It might be for the best. You're right. You have to do what's best for you. We can play it by ear. Only what you're comfortable with, Zara. I see relief on her face. But I swear there's something else too, like a twinge of disappointment. "Good." She looks up at me with wide eyes. "Wow, thanks for being so mature about it, Lucas. I don't know if I was expecting that." She's quiet for a moment, gathering her thoughts. "Yeah, it was just one night," I say. "I mean, we don't even live in the same state." Her lovely body and the glistening strands of her dark hair soften the blow. They also make me want her more. Our stomachs are both grumbling, and I'm grateful for the distraction. Zara clutches her midsection and looks over at the cart, as if only really noticing it for the first time. "You ordered all of this for me. Just what am I going to do with you?" She giggles. We both lift up the silver lids of the trays. Each dish looks more tantalizing than the one before it. "To be fair, the food's for me too. If I let you have some, that is. I'm starving. Let's hope you're as generous as you are beautiful." "Of course I'm not." We both laugh. We take the plates out of their metallic shells, and we cover the bed with all of the delights I ordered. There are fluffy eggs Benedict crowned with velvety hollandaise and fresh chives. a stack of delicate crepes drizzled with silken crème anglaise, adorned with freshly sliced strawberries, crispy bacon and homemade breakfast sausages, a platter of seasonal fruits, including succulent melon, plump grapes, and tangy orange slices. I click on the TV, and The Princess Bride is on. It's the scene where they're climbing the cliffs, neither of them knowing yet it's the other one after not seeing each other for years. Sitting near her, the sexual tension crackles, especially watching the actors on the screen. Even if she doesn't want to put herself out there, the chemistry is undeniable. It always has been. I start with a steaming cup of coffee and smoky center-cut bacon from a local butcher and hand-rolled sausages. I have to hand it to this place. Madame Dubois excels at the cozy farm-to-table aesthetic. "Luke is right. I've got my eye on you," she says, a playful glint in her eye. She leans back onto her mountain of premium goose-down pillows, the earlier awkwardness from our brief conversation disappearing. I raise an eyebrow. Good. You never know what I might do if you don't keep an eye on me.
Chapter 14. Zara. The heat rush of propane-fueled flame fills the air above my head, and I can't help the anticipatory giggle that wells up inside. With a lurch, we are in the sky. The ground falls away beneath us. Wow! Lucas puts his arm around me, pulling me back from the edge of the basket. "Please don't plummet to your death," he says with his lopsided smile. Can you imagine how angry Andre will be if I have to tell him his sister fell out of a hot air balloon? Lucas, this is amazing. The trees and undulating hills around the Ridgeworth Meadows are opening up. There's the town of Pine Ridge, with the highway beginning to look like a small, snaking line winding in and out of the trees. Look. Lucas turns me to the right. La Maison de la Rose des Montagnes stands proudly at the top of a hill, impressive, imposing, and sparkling in the first glimmers of early morning light. The air is becoming chillier, but the burst of flame from the burner in the center of the basket is an unintentional heating source. Soon, even La Maison is smaller than a dollhouse, then only a speck as the view expands. Now we can see far away over the mountains. This is beautiful, I say again. Not as beautiful as you. There is a giggle behind us. The basket holds 8 travelers and the aeronaut, 4 of which are a family with 2 young girls. They are looking at Lucas and giggling behind their hands. His eyebrows go up. "Don't you agree?" he asks them. They look shyly at me with big eyes. "Don't you think she's beautiful?" Lucas prompts them, smiling wider. "Come on, Lucas," I say. They're supposed to be watching the scenery, but my heart has felt so full these past few days. Lucas has been doting on me, no matter how much I tell him I don't want to rush into anything. The truth is that I love the attention even if I'm not sure where this is going. "I'd like their opinion," he says with mock sincerity. Their mother looks back to see who her kids are preoccupied with, and I see her give Lucas a second look. "Beautiful? Or hag?" he says, gesturing at me. "Lucas." I whack him on the arm, making the girls laugh. "Beautiful," one finally declares. "Beautiful." The other agrees after giving me a critical eye. "Whew," I say, pretending to wipe my forehead. For a moment, I thought I was going to be a Lucas cut me off with his lips. They press into mine and tighten as I feel him beginning to smile through his kiss as the little girls squeal and clap. I push him away. "Not appropriate in front of kids." "Sorry," he says in pretend seriousness to them, and then looks up at their grinning mother. "I'm sorry. I got carried away." The mother looks at me. Lucky lady. She winks. "I don't care as long as it's cartoon princess rated." She gathers her girls closer toward the edge where they can see the landscape. Lucas wraps his arms around me from behind. enveloping me in his solid warmth. We quietly watch the light change over the mountains. As the colors change from pink to gold, it's strange to think that less than 2 weeks ago, I hadn't even known if he was still alive or not. Ever since that first moment, seeing him again, it has been like time has both stood still and raced. We have come back together as if we were never apart, with the exception of our sex, which is way more intense. I feel my skin warming in the cool morning air, thinking about his body. Back when we were together before, we were just kids figuring things out. Now we know exactly what to do to each other. The way he makes me feel, like I'm the sexiest woman in the world, but also totally safe, is new and wonderful. Definitely not cartoon princess rated, but I feel like one anyway. I snuggle back into Lucas, reminded of his firm muscles and the soft skin over his chest and belly. My fingers itch to touch him, to grab him and pull him to me, but there are little girls with big eyes nearby. He feels me lean into him and squeezes me tighter. Our bodies fit perfectly, like we are made for each other. The sky behind us is moving quickly through all the hues, starting with deep blue and transitioning all the way to almost white over the mountains in front of us. "Keep your eyes that way, folks," the man piloting the balloon says, over the roar of the flame. "That's the direction the sun will come up." I hear Lucas sigh contentedly behind me, and I squeeze his forearm with my hand. The small moments, the low-key dates we've had in the last... Has it only been 5 days since we started sleeping together? It feels impossible that it's only been that long. The quick coffees, me in pajamas, him in his workout gear, both of us together in his room before we start our day. It has all become something I live for. While he sneaks up mugs and coffee from the pot in the breakfast nook, his tracksuit bottom pockets full of sugars and creamers for me, I've snuck out of my room and padded quietly up 3 flights of stairs to tap on his door. We sip our hot drinks and talk about our day, our expectations, our goals. Beginning the day with him makes me feel like I can smile past any barb my brother or mom throws at me about Grant. "We're at about 1,500 feet, everyone," the aeronaut says, and the other people around me murmur gently with enthusiasm. The late-night desserts at the bar after his work and my family time have been just as good. We spend most of the time laughing and talking, reminiscing and sharing our future goals. I know Andre and my mom are starting to get a little suspicious, but I've tried hard to keep my time with Lucas quiet. It isn't that I'm embarrassed of him, but I just know they won't take it well. If this is just a vacation romance with no real future, why put myself through all that grief? I don't want to listen to them judging me for choosing Lucas over Grant, even if I know Lucas is the better choice. I don't want to give them the chance to suck the joy out of whatever this is. I just wish I could see him more often and more openly than I do. But I know I should be grateful for everything we've been able to share so far. Who knows how much more time we'll have? Today is my last day at the bed and breakfast. After this, the family will be spending a few days at my mom's house, and I already know I'll miss the closeness with Lucas, even if we're sneaking around and keeping it casual. I've been impressed by how he's changed. He'd never say it, but I can see he's worked hard at overcoming the anger that caused him to lash out so violently when he was a teenager. I told him the other night that I was proud of him, and for once cocky Mr. Right had nothing to say for at least 10 seconds. He, of course, recovered with a cough and made a joke, but his kisses that night were somehow different. Sometimes they ended up being more than kisses, a fact that makes my entire body fill with pleasure, just thinking about it despite being 2,000 feet up in the air. I giggle, remembering how this morning our coffee-fueled breath mingled as I gently bit his lower lip, causing him to pull me roughly to him. "We have somewhere to be," he'd said against my hair. "So you'd better stop, or you'll owe me a cool 100 for the ticket." "What's so funny?" he says into the top of my head, bringing me back to the present. "Nothing," I say. "I'm just enjoying this." What I'm really thinking is that A mere 10 days after I learned he was staying at the bed and breakfast. Doubtful anything could come of it. We are here, holding each other in a hot air balloon. How high are we? I call around our arms. Almost 3,000 feet. Look, Lucas says, pointing. A thin sliver of gold has appeared at the top of the mountains. Here she comes, the balloon pilot says. The little girls behind me begin to clap. Lucas squeezes me tighter as the wisps of cloud draped over the mountains turn a glorious shade of magenta, and a yellow light, too intense to look at, begins to rise over the trees. I squint and look to the side or up at the clouds, which are changing slowly to gold as the light spills over the top of the ridge and through the valley. Happy day 10, Lucas says into my hair. What? Happy day 10. The 10 days that you've had the pleasure of being in my company. I scoff, but deep down I'm touched. He's been keeping track. I turn and look up into his face. The warm yellow light makes his green eyes even more intense, and his lashes are casting graceful shadows. Oh, is that how it is? I say. I've had the pleasure. He smiles down at me. I've heard you say some things that make me think pleasure is a pretty good description. Kiss her. We look around in surprise. The little girls are smiling at us. Kiss her! Kiss her! They begin to chant. Their mother joins in. Lucas feigns ignorance. Who, me? You want me to kiss this beautiful woman? You're all so bossy. Next, you'll be asking me to give up. He pauses as he reaches into the large pocket of his pea coat and pulls out a slender book. My copy of her brilliant young adult novel. My jaw drops. You bought that? Of course I did. I'm your biggest fan, he tells me. After years of Grant belittling my writing career, it's such a simple gesture, but so meaningful to me. But it's a little beyond my reading level, so maybe you should have it. He jokes to the girls before handing it to their mother. Now, I think there was something else I was supposed to do. Lucas smiles at me, winks, then spins me down and back, holding me in his strong arms in a back bend as he bends over me. I throw my arms around his neck, kick up one leg, and we kiss as the other passengers cheer. When he stands me back up, he wipes his brow. Whew, that was intense. It's the elevation, the aeronaut says in a matter-of-fact tone. The occupants of the basket all laugh and return to watching the sunrise. Lucas takes my hand and tucks it under his arm. I look at his beautiful profile, illuminated by the sun, and have a sudden twist in my heart. I may be in real trouble. I'm falling in love with him again.
Chapter 15. Lucas. We should do something together before your family goes their separate ways. Now that you're all out of the bed and breakfast and back at your mom's for now, there's less pressure. Maybe I could take everyone out to lunch. Properly get to know your mom and Andre this time, I suggest. Beyond our table, the restaurant hums with the quiet chatter of other patrons. Cutlery and glasses clink gently against stoneware plates, the occasional ring of laughter standing out above the soothing din. Zara frowns, looking uncertain. I don't know if that's the best idea. Late afternoon sunlight filters through the wide front windows, casting a warm glow over the exposed brick walls and wood plank ceilings. Potted plants bask in the illumination, greens vibrant against the neutral palette. Come on, it would be a good chance for me to fix past mistakes, to make amends, to show them how I've changed. I've done my part convincing Zara to give me another chance. Now I have to get her family on board. It's just... She pauses, her glass lightly clinking against the booth. The waiter stops by and drops off more bread, offering to refill our drinks. I think Andre may have invited Grant too. I tense at the mention of her controlling ex-fiancé. It would be all too easy for Grant to show up and once again ingratiate himself. She seems to read my thoughts. And if Grant's around, I don't know if inserting you into the mix is wise right now. You're probably right. I just want them to see I can be good for you. Anyway, can we talk about this later? She says. I'd rather just enjoy our time together now, not stress about Grant. I take a slow breath, pushing down my frustration. I know Zara just wants to have fun in the moment, not define whatever is happening between us. You're right. This is just a fling, after all. No need to overthink it. While I keep my cool on the outside, inside I'm churning. I've looked up Grant online, and I don't get a good impression. Yes, I'm sure my opinion is tainted. I know how terrible he was to Zara. It kills me, though, that she hasn't told her family the whole truth. For what it's worth, I really think you should tell your mom and Andre how manipulative Grant is before he pulls the wool over their eyes again. Let's just leave Grant out of this for now. Why? You know he's terrible for you. We both know it. Why can't we give us a chance? I have the money. The distance is no... Stop. Just stop. I told you now isn't the best time. I reach for her hand and lightly palm her. Sorry, she says with a sigh. I'm just embarrassed. You don't understand how my mom and brother are. They're going to be so disappointed in me. You know how that feels. Finally, I've earned their respect after living under their shadow my entire life. Everything I do is criticized. He was the first thing I ever really decided for myself that they approved of. I feel like if I admit how bad everything was, they're only going to judge me for not saying anything sooner. She takes her hand back from me. She starts to cry, and I feel worse. I just wanted it to work. Mother and Andre have never approved of any of my partners, and Andre was the first one. Do you understand now? Maybe there's a lot of reasons I couldn't make it work with him. My head knows that, but my heart still feels like I failed. I understand that, yes, but you don't love him. So what's the problem? She turns her head, tears rolling down her cheek. I think we should leave. She's right. People are starting to stare, and I look like an asshole. How could I make this beautiful, sweet angel cry like this? I need a drink. I hold it together and escort her out of the restaurant, paying up front. It's raining and has been raining all day, but you never really notice until it's all coming down on you, stepping in a puddle and ruining a $300 pair of handmade Italian loafers. It's silent for the first few blocks, the windshield wipers screeching back and forth, back and forth. Unable to hold it in any longer, I make my first mistake of what I'm assuming to be many. I just don't get the problem. You broke up with him. Stop. I told you I won't put up with any more of it. What do you mean? You told me what he's done to you. She chokes and starts crying. And once again, I feel like the worst person in the entire universe. I just never learn. I knew I shouldn't have said anything, and I still did. But how is this my fault? Do I mean nothing to her? Look, don't cry. I'm sorry. She starts to say something, then stops herself, her pretty eyeliner running down her cheek. I did that to her. Will I ever stop with the meathead bull? You're a millionaire now, and still you make the same mistakes. We pass by Donnie's on First, a little old diner from the 50s that refuses to die, the very place we used to share banana splits in the 9th grade. I was so nervous, and she was so pretty, way out of my league even. But I just kept my chin up high, plowing through introductory questions like it's 4th and goal, and we're down 3 points. She wore an adorable red ribbon in her hair the first time we went there. But now she's looking across the street aside, avoiding my gaze. She's probably thinking about Grant instead of those perfect dates. Stupid trust fund prick. Everyone thinks he's the best guy in the world because he has his daddy's money. I know his type. Stupid spoiled little brat can get away with anything, I bet. And I know there's more to the story than she's letting on. And for what? I have money now. Sure, my family is nothing to be proud of, but who likes their in-laws anyway? Besides, fake, kiss ass, daddy's boy Grant. I turn on the radio. I don't want her to see how it affects me. If she wants to choose him over me, fine. I'll land on my feet. Nothing a little whiskey can't handle. After taking some time to cool off, I realize I kind of lost it again. Look, I'm sorry. You have to see it from my perspective. It's just, I don't know. Can we start over? I know, I'm sorry. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should talk to my mom. That's a great idea. Screw Grant. Lucas, I'm warning you. You're right. You're right. I turn up the stereo, knowing I'm close to getting the claws again. I'm better than this. But trust me, him and I are through. I broke up with him, mind you. And if he does show up, I don't even know what I'll do. But he has no right, understand me? That makes sense, I get that. Sorry, I got a little heated. The car bounces as we hit the Blackwater Bridge, the very bridge I did my first backflip over, just to impress her. It was a terrible idea, and the fact I made it unscathed still amazes me. So how about this? You check in with your family, hang out for the night, then swing by the hotel in my room after. We can watch Titanic and have snacks in bed. All the hits. She can't say no. My family will know if I leave. So you're staying the night at your mom's? Of course I am. Are you even listening to me? It was one thing when we were both at the bed and breakfast. I can't sneak out of my mom's house like it's high school anymore. But what if he's there? Then I'll deal with it. I clench my fist. And I know she's right. I know I'm acting like an idiot, but I can't stop myself. That's the irony. Sorry, you're right. I just don't like him around. We deserve a chance. Yes, we do. But if you keep acting a fool like this, it's never going to happen. I know. Let's just do brunch tomorrow. We just need a little time to cool off and think. How is it not getting through to you? I'm not going scorched earth with my entire life just because you're in town for a few weeks playing Renovator. It's not like that, trust me. It's too early to make any assumptions about us. And you expect me to just trust you? You left me, remember? And what? I'm supposed to drop everything and take your word for it until you get bored of me again. Bored of you. And yes, I was an idiot. Right on Windy Hill, left on Wheeler. The drive is eerily familiar, somehow both different and completely the same as in high school. It's silent for several eternities as we pull up to her mother's house. Well, you need to take a serious look at yourself and get it together. Otherwise, there will never be an us, she warns. Yet, not even a moment later, she reaches out for my arm and latches on when my car pulls to a stop in the driveway.
Chapter 16. Zara. The audacity of that man, I managed to spit out between clenched teeth. Who does he think he is, coming here without even giving me a heads up? I heard Andre whispering to my mom about getting him here, but I can't believe he actually did it after I specifically kept telling him to stay out of it. Lucas doesn't respond as he rolls the car to a stop behind Grant's, and I continue. Seriously, what does he think? Does he think I'll be so delighted that he made the effort to drive here that I'll fawn all over him? Disgusting. I know Lucas is confused, considering he's never seen Grant's car, but he quickly figures out who it belongs to after seeing my reaction while pulling into the driveway. Don't block his car in. He's leaving, I tell Lucas without waiting for a response. But before he can move the car elsewhere, I swing open my car door impatiently. Zara, what would you like me to do? For one thing, you're definitely coming into that house with me. I know I shouldn't be shocked that he showed up here. The man does whatever he wants, but I'm just beyond angry about it. I said it was over, I tell him with venom in my tone. Are you sure that's a good idea, Zara? I can stay out here in the car and wait for you to need me instead. I don't want to cause more problems for you with your family going into that house while he's here, Lucas responds, concerned with my decision. I grip my teeth and grab his arm, pulling him towards the door. I've already made up my mind. Don't make me tell off 2 grown men today. I can't decide who I am more infuriated with right now, Grant or my family. I get that they both just really enjoy Grant's company and think he's this wonderful man and perfect for me. But they are wrong. They haven't seen the way he really treats me when they're not nearby. After we walk into the house, I see the 3 of them sitting back on the deck. I've kept my grip on Lucas firm so he can't slip away when I'm not paying attention. I nod my head in the direction of the back deck. There they are. I've opened the sliding glass door to the deck. Grant is sitting at the head of the table, happily eating from a charcuterie board my mother must have put together for the occasion. And in his hand, he's holding a bottle of beer. He looks very relaxed given the circumstances. It's almost like he's holding court, the way my family is smiling brightly at him while he speaks. Then Grant hears the door opening and looks up. Zara, how delightful that you're here. We've been waiting for you to return from your little fling, Grant says with a wave of his hand, dismissing Lucas. It wasn't a fling, I respond, trying to remain calm even though there's an edge of hysteria in my voice. I take a couple of deep breaths to regain my composure. I feel Lucas straighten beside me. His hands have balled into tight fights at his side. Well, this will just seem like a little fling to you soon. I'm here to win you back, Zara, Grant says confidently while standing and straightening his suit coat. See, Zara, Lucas isn't the only man that can grow around here. Andre interjects in the conversation. Then he smiles over at our mom. We have been having a delightful afternoon with Grant, while he patiently waits for you to return. How long have you been here? I ask Grant, not trying to hide my annoyance. You know, some people would call this stalking. No, Zara, we invited him here, my mom says, smiling widely. You know we have always thought Grant was just a pleasure to be around. And now that we know he really wants you back, and he's sorry for whatever happened between the two of... Mom, I cut her off before she can finish her sentence. You don't have any idea why we broke up, do you? Of course you don't. You probably wouldn't believe me even if I told you anyway. Then my mother looks over at my brother, seemingly confused. Andre just rolls his eyes. Dramatics again, Zara? Just give Grant another chance. You won't regret it, Andre says while walking towards me. Lucas steps between us. I think the decision is up to Zara, Andre, he tells him firmly. But when I look back at Lucas, surprised by his tone, I see he's not looking at Andre. He's keeping his eyes on Grant. Ha! Grant laughs. You are just a low-level rebound romance. Zara will realize what she's missing with me and come back when she finally comes to her senses. Low level? Lucas asks. What's that supposed to mean? Exactly how it sounds, Lucas, Grant responds in a mocking tone. You are on a lower level than I am. Zara needs someone like me to take care of her. She deserves someone like me. I look over at Lucas, just hoping he can keep it together. But his fists are shaking slightly, and I can see his chest rising and falling quickly. Grant starts walking across the deck to approach me, but on his way, he whispers to Lucas just loud enough that I can hear him too. Freaking loser. I take a step to try and intervene before Lucas can respond, but I'm too slow. It feels like slow motion. I see my mom stand up and step towards them, feeling the heat of the moment and hoping to stop it too. But we are both too late. Lucas pulls back his right arm and punches Grant right across the face. Grant stumbles back at first, surprised he's been hit. Then when he regains his footing, he looks back at Lucas in shock. Are you kidding me? Lucas knows he made a mistake, but it's too late to take it back. Grant makes a show out of seeming to be the bigger man and walking away from the fight. He wipes the blood that has pooled in the corner of his mouth. Then he raises both hands in the air, seeming to walk back to his seat at the table. But it's a deception. While walking past Lucas, He pauses briefly and winds up to punch Lucas back in the mouth. Lucas is prepared for the retaliation and dodges his punch, but Grant loses his footing again and falls forward, pushing Lucas back into the railing. "You are not getting away with this." Grant spits into Lucas's face and gives him another push. Andre steps between them quickly, holding each back with one hand. "That's enough, you two. What is wrong with you? This isn't your home." "Lucas, I think it's time for you to leave," Andre says, crossing his hands across his chest to show finality in his statement and no room for negotiation. "Fine, I understand." "Mrs. Rhodes, I am so very sorry for my behavior," Lucas says. He opens the sliding glass door and walks through it without another word. It's silent on the deck. Andre and Vivian just keep looking at each other in disbelief. Grant is complaining about the blood staining his new clothes. "Thank God the trash learned to take itself out," he says spitefully. "Excuse me?" I say to him. "You heard me, Zara," he says. "The man punched me in the face at your mother's house. I know the two of you are headed nowhere, but do you even want to be associated with trash like that?"
Chapter 17. Lucas. You big dumb meathead. When will you ever get a grip? Can you even change? I pour myself another drink, resisting the urge to punch the wall as I replay that awful scene in my head on an endless loop. How could I be so idiotic, throwing a punch at Zara's ex right in front of her family? I was supposed to be demonstrating how much I've grown, and here I am acting like a total caveman. But the guy is maddening, and her family just buys into it. That trust fund brat in his neatly pleated khakis and sweater tied around his neck, playing polo like some entitled daddy's boy. I'm sure he spent the entire night kissing up to her family and painting himself as the hero, despite trying to sucker punch me. I should be above stooping to his level with violence. All I've done is play into his hands, giving him ammunition to turn Zara's loved ones against me. I'm ashamed at how quickly I allowed Grant to get under my skin. Zara needed me to remain calm, to rise above it for her sake. Instead, I've made everything worse. I need to be more strategic in dealing with Grant. He wants me to lose my cool, to seem unstable. Next time, I can't let him provoke me, but I don't even know if I can recover from this. Her family already had a low opinion of me, at best. Zara is on her way over, but she still sounded distant, upset, and disappointed. It's as if she can hardly contain her disdain. And I don't blame her. I glance at myself in the mirror and realize I look like a mess. Pants. Where on earth are my pants? I nearly trip over myself in my haste as I hear her knocking at the door. Just a minute, I call out, frantically scrambling to make myself decent. I rush to open a window and let in the crisp, honest Pine Ridge air. Then I turn off the TV and, in the nick of time, swish some mouthwash around and spit it out. "You look like crap," she says as she walks in. She's never been one to sugarcoat things, and that's one of the things I love about her. "Did you even sleep? What happened here?" I raise my hand to acknowledge the mess I've created, and we take our seats. "Drink," I offer. "It's 11 in the morning." "Well, let's skip the formalities and get right into it," I grumble. "So why does Grant get a pass?" "A pass? You punched him in front of my mother." "I know, I'm sorry. I should have never stooped to his level with violence. All I've done is play right into his hand. I feel like such an idiot." "Good. You should. And yes, you have been. I tried to tell you there's no fighting against him. He deals in lies, gaslighting, and manipulation. That's his home territory. You think his arrival was just out of the blue. My brother probably told him I was seeing you again, and now he's back. Then just tell them everything and kick him out. I don't get it. You told me you broke up with him, and you saw what he did to me. You know it's not that simple, and to be honest, I don't like the tone you're taking with me." Why are you taking his side? Did I say I was taking his side? Then why is he still with your family? Why are you mad at me when he came at me? Both of you need to stop. I can't take all this stress, she says, hugging herself. But I can't stop myself. What do you mean, both of us? I was just defending myself. Did I drive down to your mother's house against your wishes? Did I manipulate and make you feel like crap all the time? It's scary how good he is at this. It's not okay, sweetness. You understand? Yes, why do you think I broke up with him? Then tell him to leave. I will handle it. Then why the hell are you letting him do this crap again? I just don't get it. Why does he get to play the low road and still be Prince Charming? Look, I get you're upset, but if you don't cool it, I'm leaving, and you can kiss seeing me again goodbye. I don't need a second problematic ex. You get that? I open my mouth to argue back, but something in her words makes me pause. Thinking it over and hearing what she's trying to say, my attitude changes real quick. She's right. Right now, she has two men who are a disappointment. It's not me against Grant. At the rate I'm going, she'd be better off with neither of us. You listen to me, and you listen well. You will not talk to me like that. No one gets to talk to me like that ever again. And if I have to be single to get away from the both of you, then I will. I don't need either of you, understand me? I worked hard for my independence from Grant. And if you think even for a single moment I'll give that up for your staff measuring contest, then boy, you are about to be in for a rude awakening. It's silent for a moment, and I try to cool it. You're completely right. I'm sorry. We're grown-ass adults. We can't be acting like this. Holy moly, I messed up. I know it was me. I've been working on my anger, and I thought I had it under control, but I guess I haven't been tested. Like this, I failed. I regressed into someone I thought I'd left behind. No matter how disgusted you are with me, I promise you I'm even more disgusted with myself. I need to get my act together, and I need you in my life. I don't want to lose you to him. Lucas, do I belong to you? No, Dash. I'm going to give you one last chance. I'm sorry. I like you, okay? I don't want to lose you. I want to figure something out and make something happen. I'm just being honest with you. This last week with you has been the best week in as long as I can remember. So yes, I apologize if my desire, my drive can be a bit overwhelming sometimes. But you should know I'm only here for you. I mean it. You tell me you're so much better than him, but you're not showing me you are. You're right. Am I? Because that's all I'm hearing. I'm sorry for losing my cool. I know it's wrong, and I'm working on it. I really am. I understand. But I do need some time to process things now. I'm sure you understand. Of course. She starts to get up, and I walk her to the door. Listen, I'm a changed man, and I'll show you I've changed for good. Just give me one more chance. I'll do whatever it takes to regain your trust. Anything at all, just tell me. She looks at me one last time, and I can only hope it's not the last.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Viven. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please, please, please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please, help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 18, Zara. Hi, Zara. How are you today? Are you here to find something specific? Today, I'm in Zen Writing, Pine Ridge's fine writing store. When it first opened, it was called Zen in the Art of Writing, after the collection of essays by Ray Bradbury. It's a bit of a mouthful, though, so customers started shortening it. Management eventually got the memo and had an official name change about 14 years ago. The current manager, Brianna, knows me. Her younger sister and I were classmates in high school. A family business. Brianna took over Zen Writing's operations from her mother. I recall whenever I walked into the store, her mom always knew I was looking for inspiration for some writing project. It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. How are you looking to get inspired today? Brianna asks. Honestly, Brianna, I have too many inspirations right now. I've got a lot going on and I need to clear my head. I thought about getting a composition notebook to get my thoughts out, but I want something special. Brianna weaves her arm through mine and guides me to the other end of the store. Well, you, of course, know we are known for our collection of pens and stationery, but let me show you the journal section. I'm sure you will find something there to help you clear your mind. She places me in front of shelves of notebooks, folios, and journals. Several leather and marble journals and notebooks are calling for my attention. Some are gorgeously bound with both lined and unlined options. I decide on the journal that looks like it came out of a time portal. With antiqua leather and handmade paper, this journal will help me leave the past in the past. Like Lucas's and Grant's fight, putting it all on paper will help me get the memory out of my head. Whenever I write, my mind becomes clearer. The thoughts are no longer jumbled and bouncing around. I create headspace. I pick up the journal and walk to the cashier behind the register. Brianna is standing behind the counter too. I decided on the journal Antiqua. She smiles. Excellent choice. I hope it helps you with whatever you're needing. I do too. I reply wistfully as I pay the cashier. Walking out of Zen Writing, I start to feel a little lighter. I resolve to create some space between Lucas and me. The journal will help me begin that process. I get into Mom's car and sit for a few minutes. Jotting some thoughts down now will get me off to a good start. I pull a pen out of my purse, open the journal to the first page, and begin writing. Lucas has grown, but the other day's violent reaction reminds me that maybe I should be single for a bit. It's only been a month since I broke up with Grant. It's not like Lucas is a rebound or anything. I just don't think it's wise to jump from one type of foolishness to another type of foolishness. Those few sentences help me breathe a bit easier, and I start the car. Driving back to my mom's house, I look at the scenery of the town I grew up in. I have fond memories of this place, and despite the events of the other day, I've enjoyed my time back here. As the garage door closes behind me, I take a deep breath. I don't know what to expect. The surprises of the past couple weeks have been on the extreme ends of the spectrum. I enter the house from the garage and turn into the kitchen area. My mother is there, packing some homemade banana crumb muffins. She is taking them to a book club event at the library. Oh, good. You're back, and just in time. I was worried you'd gone off and run away. Run away from what and to where? Well, I thought you were embarrassed about what happened the other day. Perhaps you'd want to go away and think about things. More like disgusted, Mother. And what I keep thinking about is why Grant was in this house. What caring brother would bring their sister's ex inside their mother's home? My mom's eyebrows raise. What? I ask her. Lucas is also an ex, who I haven't been with in over a decade. Not the same. Okay, I understand you and Grant recently broke up. But darling, you should see how he's changed. Changed how? You and Andre think he's perfect. What changes does anyone make to improve perfection? Nobody's perfect, darling. But you can see what changes he's made when he and Andre return. Just then, Andre enters the front door. I give him a disapproving stare. Well, speak and he appears, I say to my mom. Andre grimaces. I keep staring. What? Do you need to take a picture? Why are you staring at me? I'm waiting on your new boyfriend to come inside. Please let him hear my irritation and sarcasm. I know you're trying to start an argument with me, Zara. Andre crosses his arm defiantly. Guess what? I won't take the bait. Damn it. You're trying to prove a point. I get it. But I'm not Lucas. I can feel my nostrils flaring with every word from Andre. Lucas's reaction to Grant proves that he has not changed. He's still a hothead who thinks you are his property. I'm not a piece of real estate, Andre, and I'm not one of Grant's yes men either. Besides, you have that role locked down. You keep trying, Andre says through a forced smile. Trying what? You're trying to get a reaction from me. Stop trying to fight with me and open your eyes. Lucas is still the same quick-tempered, jealous man. And frankly, I respect Grant for making him show his true colors. What? I can't believe my ears. That statement is out of character for Andre. You respect Grant for picking a fight with Lucas? Who are you, and what have you done with my brother? Zara, he starts speaking. I quickly turn to my mother. Mom, can I help you load the car for book club? Thank you, dear. I appreciate that. I help load the muffins, napkins, and plates. I'm grateful that she is leaving soon. That will be one less person to debate with about Grant's virtues and Lucas's failings. I load the last container of muffins. Are you expecting a lot of people? How long will you be gone? I'm not sure, hun. Why? Do you have somewhere you need to be? Number. But I may go somewhere later. I don't want to be here having Andre criticize me all night. She pats me on the arm. He wants what's best for you, Zara. Same as I do. Have a good night, Mom. I give her a peck on the cheek to quickly end the conversation. As she backs out of the garage, I return to the kitchen. Andre is still there. He's made his favorite cocktail of Jameson and ginger ale. He calls it JAG. I see he's made another and placed it on the counter. I pick it up. Cheers, I say. We clink glasses. After taking a sip, I look at him and sigh. Figured I'd try a different tactic. He shoots me a sympathetic smile and shrugs. Look, I know you don't want to have this conversation, and honestly, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but surely you know you can't trust Lucas. He's hurt you before, Zara, and I'm not going to stand around and let him hurt you again. I give Andre a suspicious look. Did you put Grant up to taunting Lucas? He shrugs again. I might have planted the seed, but I couldn't have known Lucas would show up the other day. On hearing this, I slam the glass down. Damn it, Andre. I turn in the other direction, grab my purse, my new Antiqua journal, and walk toward the patio. He calls out after me, Zara, stay out of it, Andre, and don't follow me. Zara, you're not listening to reason. Stop giving Lucas and his aggression a pass. I ignore his warnings and close the patio door. Plopping in the chair, I open the journal and take a pen from my purse. These latest interactions deserve some space. How is it that everyone else knows what's best for me, and at the same time, they don't consider my feelings at all? My family can't see their behavior, makes me want to run right into Lucas's arms. As I'm writing this, a memory of prom night flashes through my head. Lucas placed the corsage on my right wrist. I smile. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a Pandora bracelet with a beautiful heart charm. He placed it on my left wrist. So that this wrist doesn't get jealous? I laughed. That is so corny, Lucas. I just want to let you know I trust you with my heart. We both smiled at each other. We smiled a lot that night. It's such a beautiful memory. I write it down in my journal. I don't want to forget the good parts, yet I know I can't ignore all the red flags. The fight with Grant is a big red flag. I'm not sure if I can trust Lucas with my heart.
Chapter 19. Lucas. So the question is, do we coordinate the design between properties, or would that be too on the nose? I ask, enjoying my latte. It's only slightly sweet, with an extra dash of cinnamon, and not even a single drop of Kahlua. We sit in the unfinished shell of the old Victorian house, the scent of freshly sawn wood lingering in the air. In spirit and design, sure, but like we planned, we won't be sourcing everything from a single or even a few outfits. Everything we've tagged is handpicked. We still have our guy over in Europe putting together a collection of carpets and furniture. Mark, my contractor, responds. Sure, you're probably right, but hear me out. What if we do an opposing season thing? Come here and check out this sunroom and follow me for a minute. We walk up the old creaky stairs, the scent of fresh paint and sawdust still present, but slowly losing its hold as we've already made considerable progress on the renovations. I didn't see it until this morning, but this view, the cherry blossoms, this is the perfect summer home. Then next door, we focus on warmth, put a massive fireplace in the middle, double pane the windows, bring in some evergreens to kind of enclose the property, make our own little escape from the city. The evergreens are way too ambitious, but I like where your head's at. Let me see what we have for our winter properties. I know we have something. I also want to look into a hot tub, but can we do kind of a hot spring aesthetic? Mark holds back his laughter. Hot spring aesthetic? Let's slow it down a bit, maybe a sauna. I'm just noodling. I haven't done my homework. Mark smiles. How about this? Put your vision together, and I'll go to work on the winter aesthetic. We can see how the evergreen palette holds up inside, but we'll probably veer more towards mahogany. The old house seems to absorb our creative energy, and the potential for two distinct yet harmonious properties fills the air. That's why I pay you the big bucks. The big bucks now? Well, how about... Just look at the time, I tease. I immerse myself in my work, doing what I do best. The sharp, honest scent of fresh sawdust fills the air as I move through the old Victorian house, watching the contractors at work. Hammers slam into nails. Power tools hum along to the classic rock blaring from the little CD player in the corner, still chugging along after decades. With flannel sleeves rolled up, I relish the opportunity to bury myself in this new renovation project. It's a welcome distraction from the swirling thoughts about Zara and the possibility of her rekindling something with Grant after my terrible mistake. After our last tense meeting, she said she needed time and space to think, so I'm giving it to her. I fill my days with choosing fixtures, scrutinizing floor plans, and meeting with electricians, plumbers, and landscapers. Taking a hands-on approach, I rediscover the feeling of growing calluses on my hands. Spending time with the down-to-earth contractors really grounds me. At the back of the house, I push open the double doors with a Porte-Fenêtre-style design, reminiscent of La Maison, which has had more influence on my work over the years than I'd care to admit. I've always loved rustic decadence, the understated grandeur without going overboard like those McMansions. I'll never stoop that low. My style evolved from an initial fascination with classic colonial architecture, but I always felt like an imposter to the jet-set lifestyle. The way of living, with its hidden phrases and ironies, was challenging to embody, but I've come a long way over time. I started reading more and challenging myself. Sure, I partied a lot, but I also read The Great Gatsby cover to cover several times to capture some of the spectacle. I may not fully belong, but I'm starting to feel like I'm getting closer. I'll become one of them, at least in spirit. I'll never be an empty shell like Grant, but I can whip up Julia Child's coq au vin almost by heart. And maybe it's a simple excuse to buy a couple of red wines, but we call that progress. I still have my simple pleasures, of course. I like a Big Mac like everyone else, or an ice-cold beer. But I'm working hard to shed that meathead football player mindset. I feel like I've been granted a second chance at life. Sure, I'm completely embarrassed and horrified by my past behavior, but I'm still crushing it. Before I know it, it's supper time, and I realize I haven't eaten anything all day. I return to the bed and breakfast, take a shower, and am greeted by a flurry of angry knocks. It's Madame Dubois, I know you're in there. I saw you come in. You work too much. She starts her lecture before I can even answer the door, and I know she means business. I'm coming, I call out as I put on a shirt and finish buttoning my pants. This only seems to infuriate her more. Oh, now you're coming. You know how late it is to be cooking again after I told you. The soup is now cold. I open the door and she walks in with a plate in hand, continuing her lecture with her English fragmented and broken when she's upset. And I know you're in trouble with Zara. Why else have you been working all day? What did you do? When will you ever learn? It's because you don't eat enough. You're doing too much work, too much drinking, and it's affecting your mood. Do you understand? She sits me down in an armchair, continuing her lecture in French. I thought she was mad before. Then she notices my wine collection in the sweets wine rack. And what is this? Did you visit a petrol station? Vinegar for cooking? Tell me it's not. Oh, my. She pulls out a bottle she evidently approves of and grabs a wine glass off shelf, pouring and handing me a glass. What's going on in there? Anyone home? She begins forcing the food on me, not waiting for me to answer the question. In the midst of her culinary and emotional intervention, she stops suddenly. You know what you must do. Write a letter to Zara. I sigh, feeling the weight of the situation and my own remorse. You're right. I need to apologize properly. Madame rummages in the desk, then hands me a fresh notepad and a pen. Here, you write. I'll help you with the words. Start like this. My dearest Zara. Eat. I began to write, pouring my heart and soul into every word, apologizing for my behavior, acknowledging my mistakes, and expressing how much she means to me. With Madame's guidance, the letter becomes a heartfelt confession and an earnest plea for forgiveness. After finishing the letter, I read it aloud. Madame D nods in approval. This is good, but add one more thing, she says. What is it? Promise her you'll change. Show her you've learned and that you're committed to being a better person, she advises. So I do. I write a promise to become the man that someone like Zara truly deserves. And when I sign my name, it feels like a solemn oath. Madame D offers to have an employee drop it off, but sending it through the mail feels closer to the grand tales of romance that had Zara so enraptured in the hotel bar. I wait nervously throughout the day to hear a response of any kind. It comes via text. Thank you for the heartfelt letter. I just need more time. Please understand, I've read the text several times. It's not ideal, and it's hard to resist backsliding into my old meathead self. But I've changed. I want to grow. If she wants space, she will get space. For now, I have plenty of work to do. Getting my hands dirty is good for the soul.
Chapter 20. Zara. Lucas, I can't get that man out of my head. And I can't even be annoyed with him right now considering he's been so respectful. And his respect means I haven't heard anything from him since I texted requesting space. This unnerves me. I wonder if he's been thinking about me or given up. I need to remind myself that this was my own choice, and I honestly appreciate that he's doing what I asked. I just wish I could stop thinking about him. I heave a deep sigh. My thoughts are just so discombobulated right now. I miss the sandy blonde hair and green eyes that seem to pierce my soul. He makes me feel seen. I don't know how he even does that. It's like he's listening to the words I'm not saying. The best I can describe it is to say that he doesn't just hear me, he actually listens. But he also has a temper. Zrina, I try and remind myself. That's why I've asked him for space. I need to come to a decision when it comes to him. Am I going to give him a chance? I don't know quite yet. He's promised to change, but I can't have another toxic relationship. Either way, I need to solve my other problem before I even consider Lucas. And I know exactly what I need to do. It's just not going to be easy. I steady my nerves when I hear the doorbell ring. My mom walks over and answers the door. I hear her greet him. "Hi, Grant." "What a nice surprise," I hear my mother say. "I didn't know you were coming. How nice." "Yes, Zara asked me to come over, so I'm hopeful we are going to rekindle things." I hear Grant's voice respond with confidence. "Are you two getting back together?" I hear my mother whisper back excitedly. "I sure hope so." "This breakup has been eating up too much of my time," I hear Grant say back to my mother with a slight annoyance in his voice. I don't hear my mother respond to him for a few seconds. "Oh, sure, I suppose that's true. Zara is out on the back deck if you'd like to head back," I hear her say with an edge to her voice. I'm not sure she appreciated what Grant just said. I hear his footsteps through the house then, and the door slides open. "Zara, how wonderful it is to see you," Grant says to me with his best attempt at a warm smile. He starts to walk towards me, arms open for a hug. "Grant, please take a seat," I respond with the most confident voice I can muster for the occasion. "Yes, of course. This is a big day for us," he says with a growing smile. This man is so confident with himself that he actually thinks we're getting back together. What a prick. "Grant, I need to remind you again that we are over," I say quickly to lay it out on the table. "What?" Grant shakes his head like a confused chimpanzee. "What do you mean over?" "I thought we were going to..." I watch as the color starts to drain from his face. "I'm sorry, Grant," I tell him quietly. No, this is a mistake. You are making a big mistake," Grant says angrily. "Please, Grant, don't get angry. I just think it's what's best," I say, trying to calm him down. "Best for who? You? You make me look like an idiot. Any woman would be happy to have me." "Actually, you're an idiot," he says with venom in his voice. "Excuse me? I'm an idiot?" I respond, matching his tone and standing to look down at him. "This is why we're breaking up. I can't be with someone who thinks it's okay to call me an idiot." Grant takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. "You're right, Zara. You're not an idiot. You are just stubborn. You'll give in eventually." I roll my eyes at him. He doesn't get it. It's not normal for a couple to call each other cruel names. Then he opens his mouth to speak again. "Isn't it enough that your mom and brother love me?" Yes, it's true that my mom and brother haven't always agreed on who I choose to date. However, I don't think you're very truthful about who you are when they're around. So honestly, they don't even like the real you, I say to him while looking directly into his eyes. "Are you saying that I'm acting when I'm around them?" he asks, voice rising again. "Yes, Grant. That's exactly what I'm saying. You know how to act and what to say to make my family love you. It's not the real you, Grant. I know the real you, and that's a controlling narcissist," I respond. "Interesting," he says, annoyed again. "Most women would be beyond flattered by my interest. Clearly there's something wrong with you. No matter, I'll change your mind. No woman has ever said no to me." "No, Grant, you will not change my mind. Do you want to know why? Because it doesn't matter if my family likes you or if every woman in the world loves you. It only matters if I like you. And you know what? I don't like you, and I don't like me when I'm with you." Grant opens his mouth and then shuts it again, seemingly speechless. "I think it's time for you to leave, Grant," I tell him. I wanted to be gentle, but after he called me an idiot, my patience is waning. "Fine, but you'll regret this, Zara," Grant says, standing and putting his hands on his hips. Then he lifts a finger and points at me. "Mark my words, Zara, you are going to regret this." Then I hear the sliding glass door open wide. "Grant, let me walk you out," my mother says flatly. I'm not sure I've ever heard her use that tone of voice with him before. "Yes, thank you." I'll give Zara some space for today. But I'll be back. Don't worry about it, he says, regaining his charming smile for my mom. No, I don't think so, I hear my mom respond. I'm wondering what got into her. That's when I noticed the kitchen window behind Grant. It had been cracked this whole time. Zara, hopefully I'll hear from you soon, he mutters, deflated. Then he turns and follows my mom through the door. I take a deep breath and sit down. That was horrible. I'm hoping it's over and he can move on now. I don't know how much clearer I could have been with him. A couple of minutes later, I hear a sound at the sliding door again. It's my mom coming back out to the deck. Wow, my mom says with wide eyes. Yeah, he's something, I scoff. Zara, I didn't know, she says to me. And before you say anything, yes, I listened through the kitchen window. He just seemed a little rude when I answered the door. It made me take a pause. Then I couldn't help eavesdropping, and the window was already open. But you know what? You should have stopped meddling and just respected what I wanted. Pushing Grant on me only made it worse, and it encouraged him to keep pursuing me. You're right, Zara. I can't believe he called you an idiot. I can't believe he'd have the audacity to talk to you like that. Yeah, he put on a show for you and Andre, I say, crossing my arms. I'm not sure you have the best taste in men, honey. Seriously, Mom? You said you were going to stop meddling. You don't get to say anything about my taste anymore after the way you pushed Grant on me, I tell her, anger starting to creep into my voice again. You're right. You're right. But I don't like the way Lucas behaved the other day either. He clearly can't control his temper. You deserve a man that treats you with compassion and kindness. I'm not sure either of these men are good enough for you, she says gently. Yeah, I know that, Mom. I need to think about things.
Chapter 21. Lucas. I stand and put my hands on my hips, feeling accomplished. These last few days have left me exhausted but also satisfied. I have put so much work into this sunroom. I'm pleased to say that it looks amazing. The large windows I chose to put in give the space an open and airy feeling. I found a stained glass window at an antique shop, and it's a great focal point for the room. So I put it directly in the middle of the row of windows. The morning sun shines through it and puts a sort of rainbow pattern on the wall. It is eye-catching. I chose a light flooring that doesn't glare in the sunlight, but it does help with the overall warm glow of the room. I hope the future owner of this room enjoys the space. I honestly didn't know I had that in me. I've been working on this project for days, barely stopping to eat, drink, or sleep. It's been the main goal in my life, and it's been helping to keep my mind off Zara. And honestly, the 15-hour days are worth it. When my head hits the pillow at night, I pass out from pure exhaustion. There's no time for my mind to wander to her. Since the job is finally complete, I start packing up my tool bags. It won't take me long to move on to my next project. As I reach down to grab my drill, I hear a light knock from behind me and turn around. At first, I can't tell who it is, since the sun is shining directly in my eyes. I tilt my head to get my eyes out of the sun. Then I'm able to make out who the figure belongs to. It's Viven, standing in the doorway and looking uncomfortable. Hello, Viven, I say politely, but my hesitation is evident. Lucas, hi. I'm so sorry to barge in on you like this, but any chance you'd have time to talk? She asks me. I nod, but I'm confused as to why she's here. I'm going to be respectful to her, even if she's rude to me, for Zara's sake. I think I may have been wrong, Viven says. Wrong about what? I ask, still not sure where this is going. I think I may have been wrong about you. I overheard Grant and Zara talking. It was not a nice conversation, and now it has me questioning things. And, I ask, a bit of concern in my voice, is Zara okay? What did you overhear? Yes, she's fine. Grant was just so mean while talking to Zara. He talks down to her like she's not as good as he is, which is ridiculous. I've never heard him talk to her like that. He obviously didn't know I was listening to them. He must treat her differently when we aren't around. I can't decide if I should share the details that Zara gave to me in confidence, or keep my mouth shut. I decide that it will only help the situation. Zara's family needs to know everything about Grant. Then maybe they'll finally stop pushing her towards him. Zara told me Grant has a way of making himself look like a prince to everyone around him. Then behind closed doors, she feels like she's in a nightmare. He's never hurt her physically, I've asked. And believe me, I would beat the man to a pulp if I heard otherwise. That's beyond disappointing. I wish Zara had told us. Andre just likes Grant so much. They've become such great friends. I think he just felt blindsided when Zara broke up with him. Vivian tries to explain to me. That's why he's been such a jerk to Zara about it. Yes, well, maybe if Andre listened to Zara, he'd understand why she doesn't want to be with Grant anymore. But instead, he cuts her off when she tries to tell him and says she's exaggerating, I tell Vivian. And I bet if you think back, you'll see that she was trying to tell you too. You're right, Lucas. She did try to tell me. And Andre needs to come to terms with the fact that Grant isn't the good guy that we both thought he was. We were wrong. And I guess I'm opening my eyes to the possibility that I may be wrong about you considering I was wrong about him. I was hoping you'd eventually give me a chance. Lucas, do you truly love my daughter? Vivian asks me inquisitively. She isn't just a prize in some competition you have with Grant, is she? Yes, Vivian, I truly love your daughter. And I'm so sorry for how I behaved at your home. I should have controlled my temper around Grant. I don't remember the last time I let my temper get the best of me like that, I say, embarrassed. I know back in high school you didn't like me because of that, but I swear I'm not the same hot-headed kid I was back then. Are you sure? What did you do to change your ways? I guess the main thing is just admitting I had a problem and wanted to. I even went to therapy for a while, I tell her. I haven't shared that with many people, but I feel like it's important for Vivian to know that so she can believe I'm sincere. Would you go again, if needed? Vivian asks me. Go again where? I ask confused. Back to therapy, she asks, trying not to push. Yes, of course. If it made you, or Zara, feel more comfortable, I'd absolutely be willing. She nods her head and looks down at her hands. That's good to hear, she responds after a brief silence. Yes, I'm always going to keep the lines of therapy open for my temper, and honestly, anything else I might need it for, I share with her. It's not something I'm ashamed of. I want to be the best man I can be for Zara. She deserves it. Yes, Lucas. I think I may have been wrong about you, Vivian says slowly. I think so too, I respond confidently. And I'll keep proving to you that I care deeply about Zara, for the rest of my life if I have to. What do you love about Zara so much? Vivian asks me. She's just so creative, warm, and beautiful. She's got such a pure heart. Even after everything she's been through, she's kind in a way that's hard in such a tough world. I really admire that about her. She lights up the room when she walks in. And, well, I've just always felt that we belong together. I know that's not a very good reason, but she's my other half, Vivian. There's no one like her. I can tell you're being sincere. Now I've stood here and listened to your thoughts and feelings. I should probably apologize to my daughter and do the same for her. Maybe I'll just butt out from now on. Then she spins on her heel and starts to walk out of the sunroom. I call out to her before she leaves. Thank you, Vivian, I say loudly so my voice carries down the hallway. You're welcome, Lucas. And by the way, that sunroom is gorgeous. Maybe you can come and remodel my sunroom next? She gives me a smile and throws her hand up in the air with a wave goodbye, and then she's gone. Light pours in through the stained glass window, making a little rainbow on the floor. For the first time in a long time, I think everything might just turn out all right after all.
Chapter 22. Zara. There's a brief moment when I wake up while my dreams are still fresh, where I think I'll roll over and find Lucas next to me. Then the past few days return to my mind. His absence leaves a pit in my stomach that catches me off guard. I'm actually surprised he's giving me space. No desperate calls or texts or ultimatums. In the past, men have suffocated me while trying to force a connection, but Lucas seems content to let this breathe. It shows a lot about the man he has become. Have I been too hard on him? Could he actually be mature enough for a real relationship? Do I even want that after only recently calling off my engagement? My head and heart wage war as I go about my day. I know I'm not yet ready to let him back in. Yet all day, part of me wonders, could we have something real? I wish I knew if I could trust him with more than just my body. Could I trust him with my dreams, my vulnerabilities? But trusting is a risk, one I may not be ready for yet. Later at home, after returning with groceries, I find Grant in the living room, sweaty from an apparent run with Andre. Speak of the devil. Hey, babe. Andre just popped into the shower. Mind if I grab some water while I wait? He flashes his most charming smile like I didn't already kick him out of this house once before. I hesitate, but step aside to let him into the kitchen, not interested in playing his games today. I'm not your babe. He saunters behind me and grabs a glass from the cabinet, before turning to lean against the counter. So, how have you been? He asks casually, though his eyes are probing. Haven't heard much from you lately. I'm wildly aware. I cross my arms, keeping space between us. I've been fine. Busy. I don't owe him any details. Busy? With that Lucas loser? Grant, you are a guest of my brother's. That's the only reason I'm not pushing you out the door, but do not talk to me. I have things to do. Things to do? Do you even hear yourself? You didn't need to work when you were with me. Remember how much fun we had in the Maldives? When was the last time we all went out on a cruise? You really don't get it, do you? Which is why we'll never be together. And no, Grant, we aren't doing 10th chances. You don't get to hurt me anymore. You had more than enough time to grow up and get it together. I've moved on, and I'm much happier now. Grant scoffs derisively. Let me guess. It's Lucas, isn't it? Please, he's spouting pretty words to you, but soon he'll be off to his next amusement. He goes through the fruit bowl and carefully picks out the best apple, taking a single bite out of it before tossing it in the trash. We both know you and I are well suited. If you had only accepted my proposal, we could have avoided this juvenile drama. I cross my arms. I don't think you compliment me well at all, to be frank. Grant's veneer cracks. Stop it. This isn't one of your stupid little stories about a lonely woman. This is my life, and every day you are here is another day I spend embarrassed. You are coming home. Before I can respond, Andre emerges freshly showered, and Grant's demeanor shifts seamlessly back into casual friend mode. But my skin is crawling with unease. Anyway, good talking to you, and I have a gift for you. When you're ready, just call and I'll bring it over, Grant says smoothly. I want you to leave. I think we all need to calm down. Grant's voice is soft as velvet, calm as the eye of a tornado. Calm down? I don't want to be around you, so please just leave. Andre steps towards me and grabs my hand. Zara, it's okay. We all get stressed out in life. Grant's been telling me about how your behavior changed once you started getting pressured by your publisher on this latest manuscript. Maybe you just need some time to relax. Excuse me, what? How can I relax when you keep forcing this man on me? He shakes his head. Look, you probably can't see it right now. But Grant realized this is some kind of spell, and I think I agree. You're going to look back in a few months and realize you threw everything away because you were cracking under all the stress. And that's nothing to be ashamed of. Okay, for starters, you have an MBA, and tutors did 90% of your work. So if you think you pop psych your way into my heart again, then you are in for a rude awakening. Baby sister, you know I love you, and I want what's best for you. We both know Lucas is bad news. That is something the three of us can agree on. We just want to see what's best for you. You don't even know Grant, I say, backing away. We had a talk about this. Sometimes you need a little tough love, Andre insists, his voice tinged with concern. Maybe Grant was a little overprotective. He's only human. And he was doing what he thought was best for you. Maybe that's just hard for someone like you to accept. We both know how you get when you get depressed. You push everyone away, even me and Mom. Grant takes a step closer, clearly enjoying this. His self-righteous aura turning my own brother into a zealot. At that moment, I realize how I'm actually cornered. My skin crawls. I expect this from Grant. But Andre, you let me down. I take another step away from them towards the door, feeling a lot safer. So when you do apologize to me, Andre, it better be good. Where are you going? We had plans later. No, I had plans with my big brother, not Grant's puppet. Stay back, both of you. Stay away from me. Now, if you want my controlling, manipulative ex, then he's all yours. But I want nothing to do with him. So enjoy your little play dates together, because I will be nowhere near him and I won't hear another word about it.
Chapter 23. Lucas. My mouth waters as the madam brings over a piping hot bowl of French onion soup. The rich aroma fills the cozy little bar. It's topped with gooey white hot cheese melted over a gigantic garlic butter-soaked crouton. This looks incredible. Thank you, I say as she stands beside me. Of course, you've been working so hard over at the old Bellington place. You need to keep your strength up, she replies in her melodic French accent. I pull out my phone to show her pictures of the renovated sunroom. What do you think? I ask. It's coming together nicely, right? Oh, it is magnifique, she exclaims. The colors, the light, c'est parfait. You have made such beautiful work, modern but still classic. I adore it. She sits down next to me, with a bottle of wine in hand. So, what of the other property? I pause, swirling my soup. I'm not quite sure yet, I admit. I thought I had a pretty good idea, but after going over some plans, my heart isn't really in it. Madame D nods. It would be a shame to let such a beautiful old home go to waste. But a big project, getting too done before the harsh winter, non? I sigh, knowing she's right. The short time frame and impending winter weather present challenges. And if things don't go anywhere with Zara, will I really want to stick around Pine Ridge throughout the cold months? You seem conflicted, dear, she says gently, noticing my hesitation. Maybe it's time I figured out what I really want for that house, I reply, beyond just restoring it for profit. But as for profit, you can make that anywhere, can you not? Yes, I say, knowing by agreeing the trap has already been sprung. Then where is Zara now? We're still doing the space thing, and I've been working on myself and focused on my work. Oh? Is that what you have been doing, not avoiding her? I mean, she told me we were nothing but a fling. I would sooner avoid the sun itself than avoid Zara if I had my choice. She asked for space. And you said what? I told her okay. When I sent her the letter, she told me she needed time to think. How long thinking? I don't know, a while, I say sheepishly. She pats my hand. Maybe it is time you finish thinking about what you truly want and what you are willing to do for it. What do you mean? I want to flip the properties just like I came here for. Is that why you're here in my bar, making everyone so depressed? She motions around at the nearly empty bar that looks the same as it always does, nobody seeming to notice her lavishly outrageous mannerisms. I do not think you are here for just the houses, no matter how gorgeous you make them. What do you want me to do? I ask. She said she wasn't ready. Is this an 80s movie? Do I stand under her window no matter what she says, blasting a boombox? To start, you eat your salad. I don't even really like salad, I say under my breath. You do not like salad? As a grown adult. I really did it this time. She launches into a rant heavily accompanied by her gesturing hands, but the lecture is lost on me because it is almost entirely in French, with the occasional insult peppered in. I started eating my salad, trying to keep the peace. Now, for the music. Number, you must respect her wishes. She knows her own mind, and if you do not trust her, she will not trust you. All you can do is be honest about your desire for her, so that she is confident in your love. Should she be confident? Will you still wait when she tires of space, or will you tire of waiting first? No, I realize slowly. No, I won't tire. I want Zara. It feels good to say it so openly after all the time we spent insisting we were just a vacation fling. Then you continue to wait. It cannot be easy for her either. She has been hurt, Lucas. She may never be ready to risk more hurt for all you know. But if she is worth waiting for, you wait. So I just live here at the bed and breakfast till the end of time. No. You have 2 houses now, do you not? You expect me to restore one of those charming places and live in it myself, I say, the idea slowly blooming in my mind. I want you to use your thick skull for something other than running into things. That is what I want. I mean, since I'm working from the office most of the time now, I could do worse than here, I realize. The air's clean, the area is nice. I'll stay here as long as it takes until Zara's ready to join me. And if she never is, I don't want anyone else, so I might as well enjoy the scenery of a place like Pine Ridge.
Chapter 24. Zara. Reluctantly, I gather the strength to call Mother and Andre into the cozy living room on this rainy morning. They wait for me to speak, the steady patter on the window panes matching my nerves as I sink into the armchair. I take a shaky breath, their concerned expressions mirrored in my own anxiety. I've been dreading this moment for days, but after waking gripped by anxiety over Grant yet again, I know I can't delay any longer. The crackling fire provides little warmth against the chill creeping into my bones, but I wrap my cardigan tighter anyway, steeling myself. I need to fully open up about my relationship with Grant, I say hesitantly. They exchange a worried glance, but nod for me to continue. My hands fidget anxiously with a loose thread as I figure out where to start. You both thought his charm was a good thing at first, I begin slowly. But that was only at first. I take a deep breath. After those blissful early days, things took a dark turn. Mom takes my hand supportively, but Andre looks defensive. Took a dark turn? What did he do? Nothing like that, I assure her. He didn't hit me. Andre complains. I feel like this is getting out of context. We should get Grant here. Mother silences him. You mind yourself and wait your turn. I continue hesitantly. When you're part of Grant's inner circle, it's intoxicating. The parties, events, he made me feel like the most important person, as long as I stayed loyal. Andre bristles. What is she even talking about? You'll really let her trash Grant like this behind his back? Boy, I thought I told you to hush now, Mom warns. I go on. But if you question anything, you're out. He slowly isolated me from friends and wore down my self-worth. Andre shakes his head. I don't get where this is coming from. Grant's always been a stand-up guy around me. Mother gives my hand a supportive squeeze. Let her finish. Clearly, we've been missing the real story. I give her a grateful look. It's painful, but I know opening up about Grant's manipulation is the only way forward. Mother finally listened, and in time, hopefully, Andre will too. Go on, sweetheart, she urges, squeezing my hand in support. Having her on my side means everything. I continue hesitantly. Grant seems charming at first, but cross him, and he becomes very different, manipulative, degrading. He has this dark side he won't acknowledge. Andre huffs dismissively. Mom gives him a warning look before prompting me to explain further. He made me feel worthless, like only he could fix me, I say, my voice wavering slightly. I wasn't his fiancée. I was his dependent. He convinced me I was the problem whenever I tried to stand up for myself. I point at Andre. He gets in your head, blurs the lines between persuasion and manipulation. I turn to Andre. Whenever I've called Grant out, he claims I'm being hysterical. For a while, I believed it was me. Andre's defiant expression softens, my words seeming to land. That's when I realized I had to leave him. He was destroying my mental health, making me think I was the problem when it was him and his insane demands. You know, he wouldn't let me see any of my friends. He thought my social life was somehow a slight against him. So what's he doing back then? Andre says, realizing it as he speaks the words. Exactly. What is he doing back? With my brother and family? See the problem? The man is a borderline sociopath, and I'm on the very verge of having a restraining. I choke on my tears and bury my face in Mom's embrace. I haven't hugged and cried with her like this in a decade, and it only makes me cry harder and more desperately. I cry and cry, letting it all out, each sob releasing a bit of the pain I've held on to for so long. I've never really confided in anyone about this. The weight of those unspoken burdens has been like a millstone around my neck. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I sob, my voice barely more than a whisper amidst the torrent of emotion. Mom holds me even closer, her warm and comforting presence offering solace. Why, baby? You know you can tell me anything, she softly whispers, her voice soothing and understanding. Her love and support wrap around me like a warm, protective cocoon, allowing me to finally let go of the pain I've been carrying for so long. I just didn't want to disappoint you two. You're all I have, and you've never liked any of my boyfriends. And I was so sick of being single. Baby, you can never really disappoint me. I'm your mother, and if Grant is who you say he is, which I am very inclined to believe he is, she says, looking over at Andre and daring him to defy her. You should have told me I'm sorry if I ever made you feel otherwise. I bawl harder, and my voice breaks as the tears flow freely. I feel like such a little baby, shaken by the memories of my past mistakes. I shake my head in denial, as if trying to ward off the painful memories. I just wanted you to be proud of me, I admit through sobs, my vulnerability laid bare. I wanted to do something right in your eyes. You didn't like my literature degree, you hated all my boyfriends. It feels like I'm always failing in your eyes. Mama's eyes soften, and she reaches out to gently wipe away my tears. I'm sorry, sweetie, she says, her voice filled with regret. I believe you, and I'm always going to be proud of you. You just have to understand where I came from and why I pushed you so hard. You're an amazing person who deserves amazing things, and maybe that feels like pressure on you. Andre joins in, a somber expression on his face. I'm sorry too, little sister, he says, his voice filled with remorse. Maybe you're right about Grant. Maybe I did get wrapped up in his stuff. I look at both of them, feeling their love enveloping me, but also embarrassed by my breakdown. Never again, I assure them, determined to move forward. I've been doing so good, and I don't need Grant here. I don't want to backslide into who I was before. My voice is resolute, and for the first time in a long while, I feel a glimmer of hope that I can truly break free from my past mistakes. Then what are you doing with Lucas? Mother doesn't really stop him this time, less than sold on the idea of Lucas. You don't know Lucas like I do. He actually did change and has been the sweetest man in the world to me. I know he had some rotten moments back then, but who didn't in high school? Come on, Andre. Didn't you used to bully the neighbor? That's different. I grew up. I'm not like that anymore, he says, starting to get defensive. Exactly. You have grown up. We all have. Adult Lucas has respected my needs and listens to me. He's not perfect. In fact, he's pretty damn rough around the edges, but he's real. He realizes he has faults, and he actively works on them. He compromises with me and asks what would make me happy. Do you see the difference between him and Grant? Mama kisses my head. That's enough, Andre. Finally, I have my mother on my side. Andre maybe needs a little more work, but at least he's not supporting Grant anymore. I just wish it probably wasn't way too little. Too late. I've got all the space I wanted from Lucas, and now I can hardly breathe in it. I'm not at all certain he'll ever talk to me again, and it breaks my heart.
Chapter 25. Lucas. Phone in hand, I nervously type my message to Zara. If you'd like to come by for dinner, just as friends, I'd love to have you over tonight. I spoke to Viven too, and it would be great to have her and Andre over as well. I have something exciting to show you. I toss my phone aside after I hit send and bury myself in work. Most of the big old house is unfinished, but I did enough to the downstairs. New flooring in most of the rooms, tasteful but modern wallpaper, fixtures and lighting, to announce my decision to pick this up as a second home. I completely redid the kitchen in marble tiles and high-end appliances, envisioning Zara cooking there. The dining room turned out far nicer than I initially anticipated. Finally, 10 minutes later, she replies, "No funny business, mister. I've talked with the fam and we're all in. What time? How about 6? I reply and immediately get my ass in gear, sweeping up sawdust and wiping down counters. With minutes to spare before the doorbell rings, the floors gleam, and the entire house smells like piney wood and fresh polish. Then I hurry to wash the dust from my hands and change into a decent shirt. The house is a work in progress, just like I am, and I have to say, it's really shaping up. I brought some food catered from the bed and breakfast for dinner, our favorites from the restaurant since I'm not exactly ready to prepare a meal here yet. I really hope Zara sees how much this overhaul of a house with so much charm is a gesture specifically for her, because I know it's something she'll love. She's worth the work it takes for 10 of these houses. It's 5:45, and the temperatures all look perfect according to Madame's instructions. I'm careful not to overheat the sauces. I keep the bread warm, dress the salad right before serving, and don't let the entrees dry out. My phone buzzes. It's her. We're here. And expecting some amazing food. We're hungry. I didn't say it was scary. I just said it reminded me of the Amityville horror house. That house is pretty, I hear Viven proclaiming in defense of herself before I rush over and open the door. Welcome. Come in, come in. I show them in, taking their jackets, hoping it's not too drafty with the heating system just put in and the weather sealing not quite done. Watching Vivian's eyes go from mild displeasure to pleasantly surprised, to in love with the house is the best feeling in the world, apart from the feeling I get when I'm with the beautiful girl who's coming in right behind her. I'd say age before beauty, but both of you are beautiful. My mom taught me how to charm a mother-in-law from her relationship with her own. I hope she'll be my mother-in-law one day, but we'll see how tonight goes. The food smells delish, Lucas. Did you cook? Zara asks as she crosses into the foyer. I had catering from the best place in all of Pine Ridge. Where? The cafe at the B&B, of course. I appreciate the effort. She looks impressed as I show them the dining room and kitchen. Zara falls in love with the gas ranges, 2 built-in ovens, a smart fridge, and a top-of-the-line food processor. She falls in love with everything in the kitchen. I hope I'm included. I show them back to the dining room, and once they're seated, I bring out oysters Rockefeller, spilling out luscious golden brown homemade breadcrumbs. We all startle at the sound of the doorbell. That must be Andre, Zara says, and I jump to get the door. I open the door, and to my utter shock, it's not just Andre. Next to him is the scowling smirk of Grant. I'm tempted to tell him that he needs permission to come in, like a vampire, and he's not getting it from me. But then I think about Zara and her family, and I've come too far to lose their nascent good graces. I just stare at them for a moment, knitting my brows. I didn't know we'd have an extra guest. I don't know if there are enough chairs. It's still being renovated. Look, it's cool. Everything's good, Andre explains, still not convincing me. We talked. Grant is like family, and we really can't turn our back on family. Sure you can. Look at Sammy the Bull ratting on Gotti. Well, come on in then. I lead them to the dining room. Vivian frowns, but she keeps her face polite. Zara, however, wilts at the intrusion. I'll just sit here next to Zara, he says, still smirking. As I pass by him, I put my arm around his shoulder and squeeze, just hard enough to let him know I have my eye on him. It's like Dr. Moreau's house in here, right, Vivian? Where are you hiding the diabolical experiments, Lucas? I bring out the salad, frisée, and endive with chèvre from a local creamery and fresh walnuts on top. The main entree, stuffed chicken in lemon sauce, is delicious. But Grant's antics make me lose my appetite. Who catered this tonight, Lucas? American Airlines? Vivian, Andre, and Zara look at each other awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Please, I'm classy enough to use Pan Am, my friend, I joke, trying not to sound annoyed. I'm not going to sink to this jackass's level a second time. He rolls his eyes, and we return to the food. I take a big sip of wine and refill my glass. And I love the wine. I bet it was the most expensive box in the supermarket. I try my best to ignore him. Looking around the table, I think it's working. He's getting more and more desperate. Lashing out. I have him now. And this haunted house is cool. You should have kids come on Halloween. Freak them all out with the ugly decorations. Hey, we're all trying to have a good time here. What's your problem, Grant? Andre asks with a look of disgust. No issue. Just joking around with my good friend. He's probably not ready to pick up on the humor, though. Just teasing. Look at how mad he is. Look, Grant, you're a guest in my home, I respond calmly. I only let you in out of respect for Andre and Vivian. I respect Zara, of course, too. But respect for her would be sending you on your way. I know how she feels about you. So, don't make me tell you twice to act like an adult. What are you going to do about it? Hit me again? Just go, Andre says. Fine, I'll go. Zara, a word with you. She puts her napkin on the table with a huff and starts standing. 5 minutes. And then that's it. The two of them walk out. Grant's no longer whispering, and I hear every word. The mask comes off. Look, I know his type. He's going to cheat on you every chance he gets. You're getting older, and you don't have time for these games. I'm getting older? What? I hear Zara say. That's one way to win a woman's affections. Do you really think he's going to care about you like I will? I let you have your hissy fit, but you know we belong together. Now get it together, okay? I make myself known and walk slowly toward them. I think it's time you left, Grant. I grab him firmly by the arm. He tries to jerk away. I barely have time to think before my head whips back, throbbing in pain, and I realize what just happened. He just punched me in the face. That idiot just punched me in my own home. Don't tell me what to do, he yells, sounding like a petulant child, unable to have his way. It takes everything in me to not twist him into a pretzel, but I think of Zara and manage to resist the unholy urge swelling inside of me. Grant, cut it out. Andre comes between us, separating us with his arms for the second time. Dude, are you psycho? What's wrong with you? Not expecting Andre to stand up to him, Grant stands with his mouth open. We're done. Don't talk to me or my mother or my sister again, Andre says. I rise to my full height. And if you come back, I swear to God, no one's going to be able to recognize your face when I'm done. I've put up with as much of you as I'm going to, man. That's not me losing my temper, that's just a damn promise. He goes out slowly, looking enraged, like a sulking child. Screw you! To hell with all three of you! I stay outside to make sure he really leaves. If you come around here again, we're going to have a major problem. And trust me, you do not want a problem with me. You know, you're right about one thing, Grant. Zara is too smart for me. She's too beautiful for me. She is in every way too good for a guy like me. So you know what I'm going to do if I ever see your name show up on her phone. What? He replies with a sneer. Absolutely nothing, because I'm not good enough for her. But at least I'm better than you. I walk back into my house to finish having dinner with the girl I love.
Chapter 26. Zara. Long after we all go home after dinner, Lucas is still on my mind. I decide to shoot him a text, asking if we can talk. 20 minutes later, he messages me back and asks if I want to meet him in his room at the B&B. I do. I freshen up a bit and drive over. The entire ride, I debate what I want to say and how I want to say it. I don't want to offend him, and I don't want to make him angry. Truth be told, he's been great. I don't understand where my hesitation concerning a relationship is coming from. I pull up in front of La Maison and cautiously knock on his door. He greets me with a smile that fades as he notices the conflict on my face. He stops the moment he sees me. Everything okay? He asks. Yeah, fine. I just wanted to thank you for everything and tell you I've been thinking. Look, I know it's crazy. You've been perfect. But I need to take this slow. After everything I've been through, I just need to let things unfold without pressure. You know what I mean? Lucas nods. That's fine. I don't want to push you. Can I come in? He steps aside, letting me enter the room. He cracks a smile. This is taking it slow? I giggle. Well, maybe not that slow, I admit. Look, I can promise you one thing. You're the only person I want. I'm just afraid of rushing, I guess. I need to get in a good headspace before we put a label on this. That's fine, he says. I can understand that. And I can absolutely understand wanting to work on being the best version of yourself you can be. Though, as far as I'm concerned, you're pretty much perfect as it is, if that helps. It does, I agree, closing the distance between us and putting my hands on his collar. Maybe you can show me just how perfect you find me. His massive hands reach for me and I begin to lose all cognitive thought. But just casually, he teases lightly. Yep, just casually. His hands wrap tightly around my hips and he pulls me toward him. He lowers his head, his lips finding mine. As we kiss, I feel the passion that's always been there between us. It's as if we are two magnets, drawn together irresistibly. His lips are so soft, his touch so gentle. I wrap my arms around his neck and lean in, wanting to feel every inch of him. When we finally pull apart, we're both breathless. Lucas looks at me with his gorgeous green eyes, and I know that I'm in trouble. But trouble has never felt so good. Lucas's strong hands move from my hips to my back, pulling me closer to him. I can feel his hard muscles pressing against me, and I know that this is what I want. I want him. These two are insatiable, aren't they? Unfortunately, this portion of the chapter is too hot for this platform. Find all the glorious, unabridged details you can handle over at vixavonromance.com. Use code VIXA40 for a great deal on all the delicious content. Back to our story.
Chapter 27. Lucas. As the door clicks behind her, I can't help but wonder why she couldn't have stayed a bit longer. Every time I feel our bond growing stronger, she slips between my fingers, always with some excuse or other. Perhaps a call to take, or maybe it's time for her to write another chapter. Our moments together are fleeting, too fast to hold on to, the time apart drawing out painfully. I sink into the couch, an ache of longing settling in my chest. I haven't felt like this in years. I understand she needs her space, but I want those long, lazy mornings and warm, pleasant nights by the fire, the cozy evenings spent watching movies together. I bury myself in restoring my new home. I'm working 12-hour days, pushing my body to keep up with my racing mind. My hands bear the brunt of my stress, calloused from sanding and stained with varnish. My shoulders are knotted from hunching over plans, my back aching after hours of demolition and hauling. But the honest work soothes me, as does watching the old house come back to life. I start to think that this might be a new path for me, finding homes with intrinsic character and restoring them with care. While my development company provides financial stability, my heart seems to have found a new calling. Here, guiding a gentle rebirth rather than bulldozing and building anew, I feel like I'm making a real contribution. And sharing the process with someone like Zara, if she'll have me, that would be the dream. I try not to get my hopes up too much. I tell myself I'm not building this reading nook specifically for her. It's just a cozy spot with a giant window facing the mountain, filled with lots of pillows, and its own auxiliary heater vent. Cozy winter mornings all tucked away in her little spot, and maybe, just maybe, she might invite me sometimes. I'll be there, reading some magazines or pulpy horror books from the 80s. But the daydream shatters as a loud knock resounds at the door. With my full thermos in hand, I make my way to the door, only to find Andre. "My man," he says, holding a box of baked goods from that hot new bakery in town that everyone raves about. He pops the lid open, offering me a glimpse of the goods, and I nod, inviting him inside. "Damn, brother, I really like what you've done with the place. Is this marble?" "It is, so mind your manners." "Of course." He slips his shoes off. "This place is really coming along. I love it. Nothing beats it. I'm getting used to the idea of staying in this little town," I say, trying one of the pastries that can't possibly be as good as everyone raves about. But it really is. It melts in my mouth. It's rich and buttery, and you can taste the love that went into making it. There's nothing overly pretentious about it. It's humble and knows what it is. The coconut seems out of place, yet it works in an unconventional way, giving the pastry character. "Yeah, they're phenomenal," I say. Andre hands me a warm drink. "Well, I'll say, Andre, it's starting to seem like you're buttering me up for something." "Me? Come on, man. Don't do me like that. I just wanted to reach out. When I make a mistake, I say it, okay? I thought by now we'd have taken some time to get to know each other." "Yeah, sorry, I've been really busy." "Too busy for go-karts?" I nod, the frothy espresso drink nipping away the chill in the house. "We definitely should spend some time together, I agree. I've just bit off an awful lot at this current moment, I say, gesturing around at the house. That I can see. Speaking of something random, have you heard from Zara? I raise an eyebrow. Oh, just random, you say? Oh, I don't know. Just wondering. Even after everything's settled down with Grant, she just doesn't seem to be back to herself. I thought things would smooth over by now. What do you want me to do about it? I'm not sure she knows what she wants, and it seems like she still needs space. Trust me, she's very special to me. He looks around at all the work I've done, and it clicks, his face softening. Just call her and talk about it. You know my sister. You have to pry it out of her. I laugh. I'm not so sure about that. And to think I brought you pastries and coffee, you're really letting me down. Look, I'm heading back to Poland soon, and I just want to know I didn't mess this up completely for my sister. You know, just for you, Andre, I'll call her. Really? He says, his eyes once more alight with hope. Of course, calling Zara isn't exactly doing Andre some remarkable favor. I talk to Zara regularly, even if we don't put a label on just what we're doing. But if it helps him to think I'm doing something special for his sake, I'll let him have it. I just need you to promise me something. I need you to tell Vivian, too. Don't push Zara. Us. I'm serious. We both know she has to do this on her own. If we push her into it, we're no better than Grant. You see how that works? We have to show her she's her own woman, and she's safe to be herself. Andre looks at me, studying me, a smile slowly blooming. He hugs me, and I pat his back uncomfortably as he squeezes. The scent of his rich cologne and hair products fills my nose. All things considered, I would love to have him as a brother-in-law. I bet we'd have a lot of fun together. A brother-in-law. I show him to his car, and I have some serious thinking to do. I know it in the back of my mind, what I really want. And it's her. Forever. For good. There's nobody but her. If I don't have her, I just won't know what to do with myself. A woman like her is once in a lifetime, but somehow I've been lucky enough to find her twice. I just hope all this time and space is worth it. But I think, if anything, I'm showing maturity, giving her time to do things at her own speed, showing I'm ready to buckle up and take responsibility for my actions and do what's best for us. I think the only thing left is to confess my true feelings to Zara. But what exactly do I say? How do you tell a woman that you'd give her the moon? But if she doesn't want it, that's fine too. How do you tell her that she's your everything, but no pressure? With her, I'm simply better. Zara makes me want to be a man worthy of her. I came here to make money and misbehave, but now I easily imagine our future. Dinners, waking beside her, stealing kisses in her writer's den. She's strong, funny, and independent. We could still pursue our separate passions while building a life together. Her creativity would undoubtedly inspire my work. I can't just daydream idly. That's not me anymore. I won't recklessly charge in, but I must take action. She deserves to know how I feel, even if she doesn't reciprocate yet. My feelings are real, even if our time has been short. She centers me and gives me purpose. I'll confess how, since meeting her, all I can picture is a life by her side. There's nothing left but to boldly share my heart, come what may. For her, I'm ready to take that leap. I'm willing to wait as long as she wants, but I just want her to know what's ready for her when she comes out on the other side.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vic Savon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please, help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 28. Zara. The sun peeks through my window, slowly pulling me from my dream. Small bits and pieces of it are lingering but slowly leaving the edges of my mind. I see Lucas briefly, then my mind is empty. I cover my eyes in frustration. I feel unsettled, and I'm not sure if it's from my dream or my reality. I'm so confused. I'm keeping Lucas at arm's length until I can figure out why. Maybe I don't feel as strongly for him as I thought, but just saying that squeezes at my heart, making me wince. That's not it. If I didn't have strong feelings for him, I wouldn't feel this way. It's not indifference. It's not that I'm unsure he's what I want. I'm just afraid of getting hurt again. Grant hurt me so bad that I just don't feel like I'm ready to go through it again. My heart rebels at the very thought, though, insisting that Lucas is nothing like Grant. Lucas won't hurt me. I just need to pull myself together so that I can move on. What happened with Grant is over, and I can't let that horrible man keep me from happiness yet again. It's just easier said than done. Honestly, I should just be happy my mom and brother have gotten off my back. They're finally understanding now that I need to decide who I want to be in my life. Their meddling had gotten out of control. I hear a light knock on my door. Before answering, I turn my head to check the clock. It's only 8 a.m. I suppose that's late for some people. But when inspiration strikes, considering I'm an author, I can be up writing until well past midnight. "Zara, it's me, Andre," he says. "Oh, hold on a minute," I respond, slowly sitting up so I can walk over and open the door. Andre is standing there with his suitcase and a large smile on his face. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Andre asks. "Yes, you can come on in." "Are you leaving already?" I ask, squinting at him. "Yeah. I have a long flight ahead of me, and I don't want to risk missing it. It's not easy to reschedule a flight to Warsaw, you know. It's not like I'm flying out of New York City or some major airport." I wrap him in a tight hug, glad we're finally on better terms. It's too bad it couldn't happen earlier in our visit, but at least we're not saying goodbye while barely speaking. "Hey, I need to apologize for my behavior. I never should have pushed Grant on you. I should have trusted your judgment and let you live your own life," he admits sincerely. "I know I was Team Never Lucas, but I'm sorry for that. If he makes you happy, that's all that matters, and I hope you two can figure out something." "Thank you, Andre. That means a lot," I tell him and reach out for another hug. He gives me a tight squeeze. He's a good guy, and I feel bad for being so rude to him. I was way out of line. I appreciate that. I can feel the water gathering in the base of my eyes. I'm not used to my brother's support when it comes to this topic. It means a lot. "Thank you, Andre," I tell him as I quickly blink my tears away. I do care about him. I think I care a lot more than I wanted to admit. "Then maybe it's time you admit it," he offers. I ponder the words silently for a few moments before he clears his throat. "I better get going." "Okay, drive safely," I say to him. He opens the door, walks through, and turns around to give me a smile before the door closes behind him. Then I hear my phone vibrating aggressively on my nightstand. Who on earth is calling me now? Why am I surrounded by morning people? I walk over to my nightstand and take a look at my lock screen. Surprise jolts my system. Lucas is calling. I reach out my hand to slide the answer button and bring the phone to my ear. "Hello?" I ask inquisitively. "Zara?" Even on the phone, hearing my name on his lips makes me weak in the knees. "I wanted to see if you were available for tonight." "What kind of plans?" I ask. "I would say whatever you'd like, but I know women don't like that. However, I do know you like to have input. Is there something in mind that you'd like to do?" he asks me. I have nothing in mind, except I would like to keep it pretty low-key. I'm not up for a night on the town or anything like that. I tell him with a laugh. "Would you like to come over for dinner? I make a mean pasta." Yes, that sounds great, I tell him happily. Awesome. Be over at 6 tonight, the new place, and make sure you're hungry, he says before hanging up. I have to laugh. I honestly don't know if anyone else in my life has ever been as excited about seeing me as Lucas is. It's better than just being wanted. It's being appreciated. He makes me feel like I matter to him. Just before 6, I pull into the mostly renovated Bellington house. I get out of Mom's car and walk up the sidewalk to his front door. The amount of work and care he's put into this building is clear. There's a thoughtfulness and artistic flair on display that the boy I knew in high school wouldn't have seemed capable of. My heart wells up with pride at how far he's come. I'm lost in this thought as the door flings open. "Lucas!" I exclaim in surprise. "Sorry, Zara. I was watching for you out the window. Are you hungry?" he says with a boyish grin. He opens the door wider to allow me to walk by him into the house. I look around the space as we make our way towards the back of the house. It's gorgeous. Then I see the sunroom. This space is what authors dream of. I can see myself reading a book in the little nook on a rainy day with a chai tea. Glorious. "What would you like to drink?" Lucas asks, snapping me out of my head. "Do you have any red wine?" I ask him. "I knew you were coming, so of course I have red," he responds with a smirk. He leads me to the table and gets the wine. I sit down at the table, waiting as he plates the food and brings it over. But before we can eat, he clears his throat. "Zara, there's one thing I want you to know. When I said I was okay with casual, I meant it, but only if that's what makes you happy. You should know that I want more, and the second you're ready for that, I'll be here. I love you, Zara. I want to give you all of me the second you're ready for it." Tears prick my eyes as I realize how perfect that sounds. I'm ready for you, Lucas. I want that too. I don't even feel scared to say it out loud. Chapter 29. Zara, I'm fully invested in giving this relationship a real shot, and Lucas seems absolutely thrilled. The fact that he wants and cares for me the way he does makes me feel cherished. Ever since we broke up in high school, Lucas has always been the one that got away. I'm not going to let him get away again. I stand up and start to pile up the plates. I think in a lot of relationships, there's a rule where if one person cooks, the other one should offer to clear the table. He stands and reaches for me. As his hand brushes against my cheek, I can feel the sparks between us igniting. I lean into his touch, closing my eyes and savoring the sensation. His lips meet mine in a tender, sweet kiss, and I can feel my heart racing. Lucas pulls back, looking into my eyes with a soft expression. "I'm so glad you're here with me," he murmurs, his voice deep with emotion. "I'm glad, too," I whisper back, linking my fingers with his. "I want this to work, Lucas. I want us to be together." A small smile quirks at the corners of his mouth. "I do, too," he says, leaning in for another kiss. This one is deeper, more passionate, and his hands slide up my back to pull me close. I can feel the heat build between us, the desire and longing that's been simmering. I know this is the beginning of something amazing. Lucas takes my hand and leads me upstairs to the bedroom. Our bodies press close together as we climb the stairs. I can feel his heart beating against my chest, and I know that mine is doing the same. When we reach his bedroom, he turns to me, his eyes burning with desire. "I want you so much," he says, his voice low. I nod. "I want you too," I whisper. "Make love to me, Lucas." He's on me then, his hands on my hips, his mouth on mine. I can feel the fire building in the pit of my stomach, the familiar sensation of passion and desire pooling inside me. Sorry, readers, this portion of the chapter is just too spicy for this platform. Find the resolution to this scene that you really want over at VixAvonRomance.com. Use code VIXA40 for a great deal, on all the unabridged content that will get your heart pumping. Back to our lovers.
Chapter 30. Lucas. I set down the paint roller, standing back to admire my handiwork. The bathroom walls gleam with fresh, bright white paint. The vintage clawfoot tub has been restored to its former glory, while the new stone tiles bridge the classic and modern feel. Wiping my hands on a shop towel, I feel a sense of satisfaction. I've been pouring myself into these final renovations between video calls with Zara, my Xanadu. Speaking of which, I glance at my watch and realize it's nearly time for our nightly Skype date. She's back out of state, out of her mother's home, and living her regular adult life. For now, Skype is all we have. After a quick cleanup, I head to the office where my laptop awaits. Right on schedule, Zara's face pops up. And just like that, my whole mood lifts. "Hey, you," she says with that smile that melts me every time. "Hey, yourself," I reply, settling in. No matter how many rooms or homes I fix up, nothing feels as much like home as these conversations with her. Though it's been rough not being able to do much besides Skype dates with Zara, I've been loving our official relationship status these past few weeks. The distance is temporary. Soon, we'll be able to be together again properly. For now, our video chats and daily texts keep us connected. I've been staying busy with work on the renovations between our calls. But my favorite part of the day is when I get to see Zara's face light up on my screen and hear her voice. We talk for hours, filling each other in on even the smallest details of our days. It's not the same as being able to hold her and take her out on real dates, of course. But I'm confident this long-distance chapter will close before we know it. But without the physical contact, it only made me appreciate her wit and intelligence that much more. I miss waking up next to her, cooking dinner together, curling up to watch movies on the couch. But the absence has affirmed what I already knew. She's the one for me. So, in case you weren't aware, I have a surprise for you, she teases. A surprise for me? You shouldn't have, I say with a hint of longing. I miss the girl more than she'll ever know. But I just have to keep my head down and work. Well, since you've been working so hard, I decided that you get to buy me a plane ticket. Buy you a plane ticket? For what? She gives me the look. I can be pretty aloof sometimes, and I know it. To come see you, dummy. What else? Do I really need to spell it out? I almost spill my coffee as it dawns on me. Hell yes. Language. Swearing in front of a lady. I flinch, expecting a smart reminder from the madame, even though I've been living in my Bellington residence and out of the bed and breakfast for a month. So when? It's snowing now, you know, but I think you'll like the view, and I may have a surprise or two for you myself. A surprise for little old me. She frames her face and blinks, and she's the most adorable thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Of course, princess, you'll just have to get that sweet little booty over before you're snowed in and have to stay the entire winter, or longer. Is that what you want? Maybe I do. What are you going to do about it? Well, for starters, what day are you thinking? She beams at me. How about Friday? How about Thursday, around noon? Make it 11, and you better be at the gate. If you leave me hanging... You miss me so much. It's kind of adorable. I'm already preparing a mental checklist. Thursday? You could have stuck with Friday, a late-night flight. You could have gotten away with 10 p.m. and had an extra 2 whole days, idiot. I remind myself that I work better under deadlines, and nearly all the greatest works in history have been done with exactly that. You there? Ground control to Major Tom. I think we've lost him. Sorry, yes. Sounds great. Now where's my sugar? If it weren't for her, I would be isolated on my own little island. She blows me a kiss in acknowledgement. I try not to let it show how much I appreciate it, and wink at her. As soon as I end the call, I spring into action. Before, the restoration was a labor of love, but now she's going to be here. I sprint downstairs to prepare more coffee and then back to my office, scouring through my contacts. First, I hire the best project manager I've ever worked with, offering her a generous bonus. 11 hours later, she's in my office, and we order pizzas to fuel our work of planning exactly what can and cannot be accomplished within our time constraint. After a couple of hours, we have our priorities, and more importantly, we have a plan. We've prioritized everything, with finishing the walls and surfaces as the first concern. Then, we systematically work our way from the bedrooms down, assessing their readiness. The library is far from complete, so we decide to section that area off with caution tape, saving it as a surprise for later. Zara's office, though, is coming along nicely. I've poured all my effort into it, converting a spare bedroom into a space that will hopefully inspire her as much as she inspires me, though the rest of her private quarters still need some work. Her bedroom lacks a bed and electricity, and her private bathroom is still a mess. I realize that if the place looks inviting and she has a comfortable workspace, perhaps she'll want to stay longer. It's a bit crazy, but it just might work. For her office, I have a top-of-the-line Mac workstation sent in, along with a new desk and keyboard. I provide 3 different keyboards for her to choose from. Next, I have my project manager, Mandy, assist me in selecting the fuzziest and most luxurious blankets, which I generously distribute throughout the areas I've designated as hers. The reading nook, the cozy couch in her office, and her bed, adorned with no less than a dozen pillows. As the day of her visit approaches, I decide to enlist Madame's assistance to ensure that everything is held to the highest possible standard. She comes over and meticulously inspects the kitchen, offering a litany of complaints about the equipment and cutlery. I send my friend Mark out with a laundry list of food preparation and tools, even though she hasn't started cooking yet. Thursday morning arrives. At the airport, I nervously await her arrival, my heart racing so intensely it almost drowns out the arrival announcements. It's only been 3 months since our original reconnection, but in that short span of time, I figured out exactly what my life's been missing. I've thought about her, dreamed about her, and now the only way to get it is to put everything on the line. I'm putting everything on the line because I can't go on like this. A man's heart can only take so much. As time slows to a crawl, I lock eyes with her, and once again, my world is set ablaze. I haven't felt like this since, well, the last time I was with her. I'm rooted to the spot by the gate, berating myself for not booking a ticket to her sooner. I try to calm my racing heart. Luckily, it's clear that she's as excited as I am, barely able to contain her joy as she skips toward me in the final dozen feet. Her familiar scent, her touch, her warmth, they all feel like home. Her kiss, her warm embrace, it's perfection, and I convey to her through my body how much I've missed her, how much I need her, and how I never want her to leave me again. In the car, her hands find mine. The heater is set to blast, the windows slightly cracked. It's just us and the open road ahead. I turn up the stereo, and she rests her head against my shoulder, feeling completely safe and content. I go a little under the speed limit, savoring the beauty of this season, trying to capture a mental snapshot of everything. I know that nothing lasts forever, but I want to remember it all. When we finally arrive home, I hardly have time to show her anything before our lips are locked in a passionate kiss. She doesn't even make it past her reading nook before she breaks down in tears. I start to think I may have gone overboard at the last minute, because what I have planned upstairs is beyond what I thought I could pull off. We have to stop 3 times to stop and kiss on the stairs, and she can hear the music through the other side of the library doors. When we make it inside, it's perfect. The string section resonates as the intro slowly crescendos. There's LED candles everywhere to not endanger her book collection, everything she ever wrote, and room for everything else she will ever write, along with first edition collections of all her favorite books. I've never seen someone look so happy, loved, and overwhelmed, shaking her head no, 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 like she doesn't deserve the moon and stars and my entire heart and everything she could ever want. But it's all hers, and when I kneel before her, I think for a second she's going to faint or hit me. Instead, she nods between sobs, and I barely manage to get the ring on her finger before she falls over me and covers me in kisses.
Chapter 31. Zara. You're going to make me say it, aren't you? Andre complains. As one of the most competitive people I know, he has a big problem admitting he's wrong. And I know he means well. I just like to tease him for all the times he teased me growing up. Yes, I am going to make you say it, Andre. Really? Andre? I mock exasperation in my most affected accent. All right. I'm sorry. The guy is manipulative, and I can't believe I didn't realize it sooner. Screw him. I let you down, little sister. I let you down, and I feel terrible. There. You want to break me down and make me feel like the worst brother in the world? And kiss my ring. Okay, now you got jokes, but I didn't come to play that way. I got some pranks brewing you aren't even ready for. Pranks? I gulp. Nobody needs any pranks. You said the last time was the last, and the time before, but who's counting? Shut up for a minute and tell me what you're wearing tonight, I tell him, not wanting a repeat of the 2011 fiasco. See you there, little sister. Love you. The phone clicks and I hug myself for a moment. Growing up, this was the dream, and now I'm living it with a man who has proven he will go to the ends of the earth and back. My Prince Charming, lover, best friend, and partner in crime. Lucas is out and about, no doubt conspiring to make me happier. Sometimes I wonder what I did to deserve all this. High school me never would have believed I could have my cake and eat it too. My next book's pre-orders are going insane. It's hard to believe the girl who cried herself to sleep, more often than not out of sheer loneliness, completely alone in a city filled with people, is blooming. It's just overwhelming how quickly my fortune turned around. I have to redo my makeup for the third time today, with every little thing setting me off. We're celebrating our wedding weekend here at the bed and breakfast, where it all started. Downstairs, Madame D is serving a late brunch. I have a seat at the bar, and she greets me, excited herself at how everything turned out. Like the secret ingredient to the pan sauce, you need high heat and sometimes acid to break loose the rough edges to form the buttery, delicious sauce. You understand what I'm saying, beautiful girl? I nod my head, thrilled at the cast unfolding and shaping my new life. I start to tear up, and the madame threatens me, telling me not to ruin the meal with all my eyeliner. Lucas returns from his errands 10 minutes later, and we share a meal together. I lay my head on his shoulder when we finish eating, content with everything. Before I know it, it's our rehearsal dinner. There's a DJ, and I thought the madame, as Lucas likes to refer to her, with the reverence typically reserved for a tough but fair third-grade teacher who insisted on nothing but excellence, was going to hate it. To my surprise, she is one of the first to start dancing. She soon swarmed, and everyone is dancing and having an incredible time. Everything's perfect. Madame and Lucas did great, flying everything in from France on a private chartered plane at a very high premium. But it was well worth it. The dinner is delicious, and I can only dream about how fantastic the wedding meal will be. Mom hasn't stopped crying once the entire month, stuck on a loop between sharing embarrassing baby stories and my adolescent blunders. I try to take as many pictures as I can, especially when my brother finally arrives from Poland. I'm so fortunate to get yet another visit with him. After nearly 2 years pass without seeing him at all. I find Lucas for long enough to get pictures of us all. He's making plans over Jaeger bombs at my brother's insistence. The appetites are incredible, but the food keeps flowing out of the kitchen. Finally, right before dinner, Lucas stands up and the music cuts out. All eyes are on my man as he greets the full restaurant. I just wanted to take a moment to express how grateful I am to be here with all of you, celebrating the love between myself and the most incredible woman, Zara. He begins. I have to start by thanking the Rhodes family, Viven, Andre, all of you, for welcoming me with open arms, and to Madame Dubois, for so generously hosting us tonight in this beautiful space. The crowd applauds politely. I continue on. Zara, when I came to Pine Ridge, I never imagined I'd be lucky enough to run into the one person who had irrevocably changed my life for the better, and still does. You challenge me, inspire me, and support me in becoming the man I've always hoped to be. He turns to me, taking my hands. I vow, here and now in front of everyone, to honor, cherish, and stand by your side, no matter what life brings. You are my best friend, my soulmate, my everything. I'm the luckiest guy in the world to soon call you my wife. Our family and friends erupt in cheers as he leans in and kisses his bride-to-be. The rest of the night is a blur, and I can't help but reminisce with friends and loved ones and wonder why the hell I ever left this town in the first place. Well, I suppose all it was missing was the man of my dreams, who is now making himself at home once again. Despite knowing none of the family, he's already joking with my cousins, making jabs and dancing with the children. Towards the end of the night, Madame D pulls us aside. I just wanted to impart a little advice to you both, from someone who has seen her share of weddings over the years. She begins, patting our hands. Love is not all sweetness. There will be hard days, too. Days when you must lean on your commitment, not just the affection. Appreciate each day, laugh frequently, forgive quickly, cherish the quiet moments most of all. You do this, you wake up. It is habit, understand? She snaps her fingers in Lucas's face. Yes, of course I will cherish this woman, he says, hugging me closer with an arm around my shoulder. We will, Madame Dubois, I assure her. Thank you for everything. She smiles. I have no doubt you two will build a wonderful life together, and I'm honored to host your next chapter at my bed and breakfast. There is no place else it should be, but I cherish knowing that this place means as much to you as it does to me.
Chapter 32. Lucas. A symphony of sensations overwhelms me. The floral aroma of Zara's perfume, the staccato rhythm of my pulse, the surreal swelling of strings as the quartet begins Pachelbel's canon. The day I've envisioned for so long is finally coming to reality. I steady my breath and straighten my bow tie, readying myself. I feel so nervous waiting for her, the longest minute of my life, until finally, the rustic French-style doors burst open, and there she is, a vision in ivory lace. Time slows, the edges blurring until only Zara remains in sharp focus. She's an angel gliding toward me on her brother's arm. Soft pink cherry blossom petals rain down, her eyes on me. There are close to 70 people in the crowd, but her eyes are only on me. She looks so happy. It's a dream as she gracefully spirits towards me. My princess and goddess, the queen of my universe and moon and stars. This is the beginning of a life I didn't think I deserved. My redemption. I feel like I need to pinch myself or fight the urge to cry. Not in front of Andre and the cousins. Everything hits me at once. Getting money wasn't enough. I simply wasn't a complete man until Zara's return. And now she's mine. An angel too good for heaven, but with us, here and now. Her smile outshines the vibrant spring garden. The perfume of the falling blooms mingles with her sweet scent as she takes my hands. The tender green of newly budded leaves and stems pop against the ivory tablecloths and blush wedding flowers. The string quartet play a euphoric melody as we exchange meaningful glances. When she smiles, it's like the sun breaking through on the first warm day of spring. The love flowing between us is nearly palpable, as vibrant as the season. Surrounded by those dear to us, I hear myself pledge my love and devotion. You are my best friend, my inspiration, the compass of my heart. Zara's eyes lock with mine as she speaks her vows. With you, I have found my home, my heart's companion, my life's greatest joy. Promises spoken from the heart seal our bond. Lost in our own world, we kiss for the first time as husband and wife. We join hands and re-enter the world as partners, my heart nearly bursting through my chest for the woman by my side. Our lifelong adventure begins here. I see the madame bawling with a chafing dish in her hand, clapping the best she can with the other. I even catch a tear falling down Andre's cheek, and I have to keep my cool as our song swells behind us. I have to maintain composure, fighting the urge to break down myself while Zara and I walk hand in hand down the flower-strewn aisle. This is all I've ever wanted, the woman of my dreams by my side, promising to take on life together, whatever it may bring. I grip Zara's hand tightly, overjoyed and overwhelmed. The vows, the kiss, it's a blissful blur. Our first moments as husband and wife are gone in a flash, forever etched in my mind. My first dance with Zara, I hold her close as we sway, the world fading away. I don't know how it's possible to be this happy, I whisper, and she smiles. No matter how much time we share, she still gives me butterflies. Being able to hold Zara feels like the greatest gift life could give me. I just can't believe how lucky I am for this second chance. If it wasn't for her, I would be a soulless mess. She taught me what it means to be alive, to give it your all, and how to put yourself out there for someone. As the music fades and our first dance ends, the celebration roars back to life. I hug Zara close, not wanting to let go, but we're quickly swept up in the festivities. Andre caps it off with an outrageous toast. Madame D packs us charcuterie for honeymoon fuel, kissing our cheeks both roughly and tearfully. The night flies by, cutting the cake, smashing icing on Zara's nose, posing with our ecstatic mothers, then spinning a giggling little flower girl on the dance floor. Candids of Zara tossing her bouquet are captured in glorious motion. The whirlwind day I've dreamed of is finally celebrated with those dearest to us. And at the center of it all is my radiant wife, the only woman who could fill the role. It is the time of my life, the beginning of our forever. Zara and I move through the party, accepting warm embraces and well wishes from every guest. Her mother dabs her eyes and shows anyone who will look an album of childhood pictures. We take a break, giggling together in a quiet corner at some of the photos. I can't resist kissing her deeply, the faint taste of champagne on her lips. Andre pulls me aside with a couple shots in his hands. We do them together, and we officially bury the hatchet. I'm sorry for how I acted towards you before. You're family now. You're my brother. I get it, man. Your sister's an angel, and you must have been fighting off guys for years and years. Exactly. Yet here we are. I finally have a brother. Man, I love you, he says, tearing up. I hug him back, and then we have a good laugh before returning to the dance floor to really turn it up. We dance again, wildly this time as the band plays upbeat funk. I twirl Zara, admiring how the lights catch on her dress. Nothing can wipe the smiles from our faces. Though I lacked roots growing up, I've been grafted into an enormous, boisterous, loving family tree. With Zara by my side, I found unconditional acceptance. As we rejoin the party hand in hand, my heart swells with affection for these people, my people. I never dreamed I could be this happy. Today is not just about our shared love and unwavering commitment. It signifies something more profound, a second chance at life. There was a period when I believed I was forever bound to my past, imprisoned by the mistakes I'd made. The shadows of my previous life seemed inescapable, and I thought happiness was an elusive dream. But then, like a beacon in the dark, Zara appeared and shattered the confines of my self-doubt. She saw something in me that I hadn't seen in myself for years, and she offered a lifeline, a second chance at love and life. As we stand here, hand in hand, our friends and family celebrating our union, I'm acutely aware that redemption and fresh beginnings often arrive when you least expect them. With Zara by my side, I'm living proof that life's most significant gifts can emerge when you're granted a second chance. It's thrilling to think about what we could be a week from now, a month from now, a year. There's no telling what life will bring. But already, my new personally restored Victorian concept has been taking off. The second property isn't even on the market yet, but potential buyers are already creating quite the buzz. And there's some friendly competition as to who's going to finally land my great creation. Zara's books have been taking off as well. She just does it for fun, for the love of the art, but we have more than enough money, and she made more than enough herself. Her newest project led to a potential movie deal, and she actually had a meeting with some Hollywood bigwigs last month. It gave us a chance to have some fun in LA. Of course, Andre and her mom joined us because they're family now, and I've been meaning to take the family on vacation. We met with executives. They loved her books and signed her for a streaming deal, ordering series Bibles. And with the strike being over, she made a good amount of money, which she donates mostly to charity, building little parks, mini libraries around town, and works of moving art she calls found theater. These days I mostly work on houses in the Pines, working with my good friend Mark. My next big project is fatherhood, news that Zara gave me just a few weeks before the wedding. She isn't showing yet, which I know she's grateful for, as it allows her to wear the dress she planned on. I'm already drawing up designs for his bedroom, and had to argue with his mother on some of the finer points, mainly the bed location being treehouse-styled, which she wouldn't even look at the blueprints for. I never really thought it was possible. Happy ever after. But sometimes the conditions line up just right. You roll the dice, and sometimes it's all snake eyes. A lifetime of snake eyes, until that one fateful day where you find your queen of hearts. Then you cherish her and never let her go.